and make sure that all of us, Cebu, is the national anthem ready? Thank you. Can we then stand and observe the national anthem? Whilst we are standing, we will observe a moment of silence for prayer or meditation. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Good morning to all the delegates present here. I will never apologize for that technical glitches. I would really want our technical team to step up and not make it so difficult for us to even sing our own anthem. I don't think it's very good. It's not a good reflection on Parliament. Thank you very much. We will start with our event, and we will give some insights a little bit later on as to this continued event, because we started with this on another day when we had the Deputy President here opening the event, and also when we got some insights from the national and provincial level, and also from Salga at that event. But we realize it is necessary that we should dedicate some time to the issues of local government. And that is what brought us here today. And we will call on our chairperson, the Honorable Mr. A.N. Masondo, to open the event and also to welcome all of you here. Over to you, chairperson.
No, thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson.
There's no time limit, but it would be very good if you limit yourself.
No, you did well by warning me. Because I wanted to make some preliminary remarks about how Orlando Pirates has done well this year around 2 cups, MTN, Netbank, and this says nothing about Chiefs. Yeah. This is it's just a comment. Program Director, Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Sylvia Lucas, NCOP House Chairperson for Committees and Oversight, Honorable Jomo Nyambi. If he's not here, acknowledging him in his absence. NCOP House Chairperson for International Relations and Member Support, Honorable Winnie Ngwenya. NCOP Chief Whip, Honorable Saiso Muhai. The Honorable Ministers and members of provincial executive councils, honorable members of parliament and provincial legislatures, representatives of the South African Local Government Association, SALGA, representatives of government and non-governmental organizations present here today, ladies and gentlemen. Program Director, I thank you very much for the opportunity to make this opening and welcoming remarks at this year's second 3-sphere planning session. The session is held under the theme, Delineating Key Priorities for Consolidation and Implementation during the final year of the 6th dispensation. The 3-sphere planning session is part of a broader sector parliamentary program. It is an outcome of the legislative sector's decision to undertake certain activities to unlock opportunities for socio-economic advancement. It is in this context that we appreciate the focus of today's session, which is squarely on local government. On the need to support local government, Program Director, our Constitution identifies 3 spheres of government which make up the government of the Republic. These are the national, provincial, and local spheres of government. The Constitution defines these spheres as distinctive, interdependent, and interrelated. In respect of local government, the Constitution outlines the objects of this important sphere of government. They include the responsibility to provide democratic and accountable government for local communities, to ensure the provision of services to communities in a sustainable manner, and to promote social and economic development. Given the critical nature of the responsibilities entrusted to this sphere of local government, the Constitution directs the other spheres of government to support it. Section 154 of the Constitution provides that national and provincial government must support and strengthen the capacity of municipalities to manage their own affairs, to exercise their powers, and to perform their functions. It is this constitutional injunction that motivates us as to the legislative sector to create opportunities to interrogate the support that government provides to local government and its effectiveness. On key issues pertaining to local government, Program Director, at the beginning of the year, the President of the Republic, when presenting the State of the Nation address, stated that in order to achieve any progress in addressing the urgent challenges we face, we need a capable and effective state. However, he pointed out that our greatest weakness in this regard includes local government. He said that the poor performance of many municipalities remains an area of concern. Many municipalities were dysfunctional or in distress due to poor governance, ineffective, and sometimes corrupt financial
Recording in
and
progress.
administrative management, and poor service delivery. This is confirmed by the latest report of the Auditor General to local government audit outcomes for the 2021-2022 financial year, which reveals that in the main, financial management in municipalities has deteriorated. Through this three-sphere planning session, Program Director, the legislative sector should take note of the interventions that government is implementing to address failures at local government level and to improve basic service delivery. As the NCOP has highlighted over the years, we also need to improve the implementation of the processes that are sanctioned by the Constitution to assist local government, such as the section 139 interventions. We have observed that while the Constitution provides for mechanisms to facilitate adherence to the principles of cooperative government and intergovernmental relations, there are certain types of conduct which militate against the success of the available mechanisms. For example, the participation at the 2022 Local Government Week hosted by the NCOP in September 2022 observed that oftentimes the interventions take long because the administrator does not get the support of the municipality. That there's also this recycling of failed municipal managers to serve as administrators. Some interventions, they said, take long because of tensions from among parties in the municipal councils. Against this background, the delegates to the conference submitted that provincial and national governments should be held accountable when the administrators they appoint fail dismally to improve the state of affairs in municipalities. The delegates concluded that there should be clear processes outlining the interplay between Section 139 and 154 of the Constitution, that the latter must be a preferred route before the former is engaged. In this regard, we emphasize that the processing of legislation on interventions must be expedited as a matter of urgency. Program Director, I am confident that our oversight committees will use the mechanisms at their disposal to follow up on the challenges that are facing local government, with a view to facilitate the achievement of the objects of local government as set out in the Constitution. Of course, being aware of the problem is not enough. We must play our roles to ensure that they are addressed. Importantly, we must also follow up on the implementation of the measures introduced to ensure effective and efficient functioning municipalities. These include the Local Government Municipal Systems Amendment Act of 2002, which was ascended into law by the President in August last year, after its passing the same year by this Parliament. Amongst other things, this piece of legislation disallows municipal officials from holding political office, provides for procedures and competency criteria for the appointment of municipal managers and other senior managers, and the consequences of appointments made in contravention of the Act. It also makes further provision for evaluating the performance of municipal managers and managers directly accountable to municipal managers. This followed the enactment of Local Government Municipal Structures Amendment Act of 2021, which, amongst other things, provides for the prohibition of a councillor who is found guilty of a breach of the Code of Conduct for Councillors for a period of 2 years, and for the establishment of a municipal public accounts committee. The 2021 Amendment Act is an attempt to improve municipal governance. Its implementation is thus crucial if we are to address some of the challenges pertaining to local government. In conclusion, Program Director, this session seeks to focus our attention on local government matters, an important sphere for the provision of services to communities. Recognizing the centrality of this sphere to the task of improving the quality of life of all citizens. The Constitution obligates both national and provincial government to support municipalities through legislative and other means. We bear witness to the weakening of some of the measures through which this support to local government is provided. These include, for example, the intervention into municipality by a provincial government in terms of Section 139 of the Constitution. Fortunately, our engagements have located the source of these challenges. As a result, we should be able to utilize our oversight mechanisms to assist in addressing them, including monitoring the efficacy of the measures that this Parliament has helped to put in place in order to help achieve the objects of local government. Program Director, I appreciate the opportunity to make these remarks and to welcome everybody to today's session. I'm personally looking forward to fruitful deliberations and the identification of issues to be followed up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. And thank you really for representing us, because some of the issues would have been part of my opening remarks, or part of the contextualization, but I think you did very well in contextualizing what we are here to do. Like I said before, we had this session, is it in March? And the Deputy President was actually the one that did at that stage, what they call a keynote. And also we had a few ministers here. The Honorable Tau was also part of those that were addressing the event. It is the same event, but all of us agreed at that stage that for the mere fact that in any event, all issues boils back to the delivery at the local government level, and that it was necessary that we should have a session a continuation of that session, but also a separate session that will be focusing on the issues of local government. For us as the NCOP, it is very important that we should be playing this coordinating role to make sure that all three spheres of government agree that what is the issues that is really hampering our service delivery. How can we improve on service delivery? How can we address the issues? Particularly, all of us are in agreement that the state of infrastructure in the country, it leaves much to be desired. And we also agree that although funding should be provided by the national and the provinces, it still remains the responsibility of local government to make sure that there is implementation. So I am going to also give due recognition to the chairperson of the select committee, because I didn't hear the chairperson recognizing you at that stage. And you are the one that are putting municipalities under administration. So we need to make sure that people know who is the culprit. But we have a few points that we thought that we wanted to just emphasize, and that is the fact of the infrastructure grant and the failure of municipalities to be able to really spend adequately to address our infrastructure challenges. Also, the issues of how the funding model of municipalities are not really serving the purpose for which local government is there. And I don't know why after so many years we are not able to begin to address to the issues that should be solved by how municipalities or local authorities are funded to make sure that they are able to execute their mandate. And we really, really wanted at that stage, provinces and local authorities to speak to one another, maybe in such a fashion, just to meet one another. I've been listening to the debate the other day, and I think the Deputy Minister will agree with me that people were insisting that provinces are not doing enough to support the municipalities. And I know for a fact, I was in a provincial government, and if push comes to shove, municipalities will tell you, but we've got autonomy. And I once told the municipality, with your whole autonomy, give back my 5 million rand that I gave you as a province. So because if you are autonomous, you shouldn't come with your cap in your hand asking for money from the province, and Paya know what I'm speaking about. So we want, as the NCOP, even if this is our penultimate year, in future we hope that there can be a better coordination of the responsibilities. And with our oversight, we will want to be part and parcel of guiding us in a way that municipalities and provinces will be able to find one another and to make sure that we respond to the issues of the people, because local government is at the coalface of service delivery. And it's all of us want to see a better delivery at that level, but few of us want to assist to make sure that that is really achieved. So that is why I said the chairperson have covered me very well, and I really don't want to repeat what the chairperson have said, but I just wanted to focus our attention once again on the issues that has been discussed and have been identified. But I'm also very concerned that it seems as if there is really not, we are really not seriously moving into the issue of making sure that we establish the DDM, since we have already identified it is a system that can respond to the fact that there need to be cooperation and coordination at a certain level. And if we can do it through our district development model, we might be able to see a really shift in how things is being done and how it's happening. And that is why it is necessary that we speak to one another. But I want the local government or COPTA for that matter, DMs, I want you to be very serious about making sure that we at least say 5 or 9 municipalities, we will pilot them in a very serious fashion to make sure that this DDM becomes something that is visibly working for us as the country. That is something that we would love to see, because I am convinced. We were in Guyana and one of the deputy ministers explained in actual fact, in practical terms, how the district development model could work. And listening to that, I became extremely excited because I realized I was a local councillor before, I was a MEC, I was a member of legislature, I was a premier. So I know for a fact what the challenges are and the way that we can work in silos and work past one another. If we can really have that kind of coordination, and if the DDM can really be implemented seriously, so that we can really learn from the challenges that will, I mean, it is a fact that if you implement something new, there will be some weaknesses, but there will also be strength of which it will be, and there will also be a lot of opportunities to show us as to how we can be able to make sure that we have got successful implementation of service delivery as well as our policies as a government. So we really, but I think we will hear from COCTA because they have sent a considerable delegation, and I'm so excited because of that. I want to thank the department for taking this very serious, because we are now preparing for elections, and those of us, all parties, public reps that will go to the ground, we will find people complaining about issues of service delivery. And it's also important for us from the oversight point of view to make sure that we also give direction as to what we are experiencing at the different levels. So I hope we will be having fruitful deliberations. And I hope really after this, we would be able to bring out a report on all 3 spheres of our kind of what we call 3-sphere planning. It's some of the responsibilities that we have taken upon ourselves as part of our responsibility for sector parliaments to make sure that we really put the NCOP at the center of coordinating and bringing the different spheres together as is represented within this house. So without much further ado, I just want to confirm that we have received confirmations from the Deputy Ministers of COCTA, the Deputy Minister of Transport. We have firstly received a confirmation from Water and Sanitation, but afterwards we don't know whether they are still going to join us. We got a confirmation from Salga. We already indicated that the chairperson of the NCOP is here, as well as the House Chairperson of International Relations and Institutional Support, that is Mangwenya, as well as our members of the COCTA committee, as well as the chairperson of the Select Committee. There are many of the members on the platform I have observed of all the different parties. So we are quite represented from the NCOP side. We have also received confirmation from Northwest, Northern Cape, Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and also from Gauteng in the HOD, in that they send the HOD. So that is as far as we have received confirmations. From the Select Committee membership, there is Honorable Bartlett and also Honorable Muimang that is in the house, and Honorable Mushodi that is in the house. But when I looked at the platform, I saw I think it's too many of them to mention. But we have got from the Freedom Front Plus, from the DA, from the EFF, and also special delegates from provinces that are on the platform, and the IFP also I see is on the platform. Welcome to those on the platform also. because before the chairperson spoke, we didn't give him that information that you are there, and we see that there are few HODs and also members of the administration. So there are even the DDG of MISA is present, and so DDG, MIC, and so on, people that we really want in this discussion. I think we have invited the presidency besides the deputy president, but like I said, in the previous event, the Minister of DPME, Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, made an input, and we've been working very closely with the Planning Commission. In fact, it was the information that we got from the Planning Commission that made it possible for us to identify the important sectors as well as the important departments for this specific engagement. So we are going to continue because, like I said, it's Friday and we really don't want to keep people here beyond the time that we want to be, unless those that are going to Pepper and Cubana that will stay in Cape Town for the rest of the week. So as we continue, we will now give to the Deputy Ministers of COCTA. They will, I think it will be Honorable Tau that will lead the discussion, and we will take it from there. Over to you, Honorable members. Yes, DM.
Thank you very much, Chair. You know, while you were dealing with the credentials and so on, I have just identified a critical omission from the presentation by the Honorable Chair, which is very critical, honing it on the Constitution. I think had the invitation been extended to the National House of Traditional Leaders, it would have completed the picture, because they play a very important role, especially at local level, assigned not only by statute, but also by the Constitution. So I'm thinking that going forward, let's make sure that everybody who has a critical role to play is brought on board. Thanks very much, Chair.
Just to say, at least we are not on a hostile foot with the National House of Traditional Leaders, because is it in the men's parliament that we are working with them up to the local level. So it is a real omission, and we want to apologize for that. But my staff is taking note of that specific issue, and we will make sure that we really make amends with regards thereto. Thank you, DM. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Allow me to acknowledge the Chair of the NCOP, Deputy Chair, MECs, honorable members, our DG, acting CEO of MISA, and HODs here present. I'm cognizant that the Chair indicated that it is a Friday. And I've also outgrown Cubanas. I might not qualify. So I'll try and add value to us leaving on time. Chairperson, the presentation seeks to answer the questions that were asked by the NCOP, cognizant of the fact that these questions were presented as a result of a presentation and discussions we've had here before. So we'll try and be understanding of the fact that some of the matters have been engaged by the NCOP, and this is a follow-up discussion. The areas that we've been asked to talk to, which is a slide called points of discussion, the points we've been asked to talk to relate to, amongst others, coordination, which is really where we'll start to talk about water, roads, sanitation, electricity, focus a bit on the municipalities, and focus a bit on projects.
I should say that in preparing the presentation, at some point we had 169 slides, which would have been impossible, but we tried to ensure that we give as much detail as possible. We've had to summarize it to enable us to present within the time frame that were allocated by yourselves. Honorable Chairperson, getting to the next slide. We thought it is important that we reflect on what the mandate is in terms of the medium-term strategic framework for the period 2019 to 2024. Acknowledging that we are having this discussion in the penultimate year of the current term of office. And in the priorities identified, priority 5 specifically isolates and directs us to focus our efforts on local government as part of the national government priorities. And to achieve this, the MTSF focuses on 3 interrelated outcomes, and these are the need to create national frameworks and guidance towards coordinated, integrated, and cohesive national spatial development. Secondly, regional level interventions to unlock opportunity, ensure redress and respond to environmental risks and vulnerabilities. And thirdly, interventions to ensure integrated service delivery and transformation in all spaces. In this regard, in 2019, Cabinet adopted the district development model. We can move to the next slide. The district development model as the means through which we would ensure improved coordination amongst the 3 spheres of government. And in many ways, it's important to restate, taking into account some of the comments that were made on Wednesday when we were in the NCOP. It might be important to restate some of the issues that we engaged with when we said we are going to implement the district development model. The first is that the district development model is about taking the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act to its logical conclusion to say it is important that we institutionalize mechanisms of intergovernmental relations. The second is that it seeks to take intergovernmental relations to the lowest possible level of coordination, so that intergovernmental relations is not only looked at within the context of the President's Coordinating Council, MINMEC, municipalities and MECs, but it takes intergovernmental relations to the lowest possible level where we can all coordinate collectively between the 3 spheres of government. And I thought it's important to emphasize that, because if you understand it from that point of view, you would appreciate that, in fact, this is more empowering through coordination with municipalities than, in fact, coordination that's only at a central level. And thus, members of the National Executive have been assigned specific districts which become the conduit to interface with the entire government system, with the entire central government system, with the district and the province at that level. So it is not about a minister or deputy minister being assigned to take over the functions of a municipality. It is about ensuring that national government is available at the doorstep of local government. The district development model is also about ensuring that we align our plans. Now, there might be a nomenclature issue because we call it a one plan, but all it says is that the municipality's IDP must be able to interface with national policies and plans and programs, must be able to interface with provincial plans and programs, and these need to be integrated so that we are all able to look at the area from one angle and say, these are the backlogs, these are the issues, this is what needs to be done, and these are the investments that are required. And in this regard, we say one budget, not because anybody is taking over the other's responsibility. The vote remains that of a specific department in the province or national, and it remains a vote of a municipality. So the budget necessarily is not adopted in one body. Everybody has their functions, but we need to ensure, I was explaining to my colleague, Deputy Minister Prince Namasha, that when you go to Johannesburg, Honorable Masondo, you know that when you are driving on the M1 and between Poisons and Collet, it is a municipal road. When you get from Collet Drive to the interchange in Woodmead, it's a provincial road. And from Woodmead, and you take it to Midrand, as you get to Centurion, it's a national road, but you're actually driving on one road. So in reality, how do we ensure that there is alignment in planning and coordination between the three spheres? Because when you are a driver of a car, you don't see a municipal road and a provincial road. So the issue of coordination becomes important, and all we're saying is that it needs to be decentralized. So I spent a bit of time, Deputy Chair, on this slide without getting into the detail, because the detail is what we know, but I thought it is important to emphasize particular points around what we sought to achieve or seek to achieve with the district development model. Next slide, please. In many ways, the district development model is what we can call our own version of territorial governance as a country, because it seeks to ensure that there is alignment between not just government, but also other stakeholders, and to ensure that our collective efforts go towards improving the quality of service for people, coordinating around economic development, addressing social and other challenges in communities. And steady progress has been made. I think we are the first to admit that during the advent of the national lockdown, or lockdowns, if you like, there were limitations to the processes of implementation. Setting up institutions, coordinating became that much more difficult, but steady progress has been made. All the one plans, bar for some municipalities that have selected not to participate, have been submitted. A review has been done of the one plans. Gaps have been identified, including in certain instances, our own gaps as national government, where we've said, but not all departments and agencies are participating adequately in the process. And it is important that we resolve that problem so that when we say in a particular district or metropolitan area, what is the role of Transnet, Honorable Mangu? Somebody would always say that Transnet has aligned its plans in the metropolitan municipality of Cape Town, whether you talk about the harbor or any other thing, Transnet has aligned its plans to that of the municipality. Now there are gaps when in fact national agencies plan on their own and do not interface with the one plan process. So we do accept that there are those gaps, we've identified them, and we are now working on a mechanism. And when I get to what is the last slide, I'll clarify what in fact part of the process of taking forward and accelerating implementation would entail. And we can move to the next slide. The next slide goes to answering the specific questions that were provided. So these slides that have this question mark would really be the directive that were given by the NCOP and the questions that we seek to answer. Next slide, please. So the first relates to a set of issues with regards to water and sanitation in particular, starting with what the National Water Supply Situation Assessment is. It indicates that in fact, we have what we would call a consolidated backlog with regards to access to water of an estimated 32%. But this includes the first, when you look at it, we give two levels of backlog. The first relates to households with water services to RDP level. And then there's the broader access to water definition. And when you look at the backlogs, you would realize that in fact, overall access to water is higher than in fact when you're dealing with access to water and therefore the backlog as it relates to. I'm presenting it slightly differently, but I think the point we're making is that the consolidated backlog comes to 32%, which is the grand total. And this is when you take into account water that is available or access to reliable water services. But when you take into account RDP level, which would include not water to a standpipe, but actually water that is available to a community, the picture improves significantly. But it still indicates a significant backlog that we have with regards to, which in fact is a consolidated backlog of 32% that needs to be addressed. But the slide also isolates two provinces with regards to access to water and says we need to focus our efforts there. The numbers are worrying. When you take backlogs on households with water services to RDP level in the Eastern Cape, it is at 30%. But when you have the broader number, it actually gets to 55%. So we should be concerned, and the same applies to the Limpopo province. So it is an area that we need to keep at the back of our minds with regards to access to water services. The next slide really, and the next two slides possibly talk about the same thing. The next slide really is a summary of the previous slide, so I won't go to it. It does indicate that the grand total with regards to access is 68% and gives the numbers per province and a grand total, which would be the national picture of access. The next slide is giving us a year-on-year view. Of course, when you look at a year-on-year view with regards to access to water services, you would appreciate that depending on the province at which you are, the picture changes because of issues of migration and so on. So even as you ensure implementation of water projects in areas that are getting greater migration, the backlog tends to increase. So when you look at the year-on-year picture, it doesn't mean that in certain instances, water is taken away from people. It is an indication of an increase of the number of people that need to be serviced. But that gives us a picture per province, giving us an overall picture starting from 2017 to 2022. We can go to the next set of projects. I'm not spending a lot of time on the water and sanitation and road slides because we're asked to give a consolidated picture, but we're also appreciative of the fact that people with more detail are here. So the Honorable Mangu, Deputy Minister, would be presenting on roads and transport related matters. Our colleagues at Water and Sanitation will also be presenting. But we are giving a consolidated picture with regards to roads projects. And these are the questions that we ask that we need to respond to, and that is to provide a targeted breakdown of the 28% of the budget committed to roads. And I'm going to get back to where the questions around percentage comes from, but it is in line with the guidance that we received from the NCOP and the questions that we need to respond to. Now, getting to the next slide, it gives us an overarching picture of the state of our road conditions. What should be of concern is that we still do have roads that are in a very poor state. But if you look at it on the, what is called the remainder, the right bar, you would see that, in fact, it is not easily visible. The completely poor roads are not easily visible when you go province by province, which indicates that generally access to road infrastructure is relatively good. And I'm saying relatively because when you go to very poor, we have a relatively limited number of roads designated as roads. And this is also an important statement to make. It doesn't mean that if a community has decided that this is an access road, that it is necessarily designated as a road in terms of government systems. So any thoroughfare is not automatically a road as has been described. So when we talk about the backlog, we talk about roads that are proclaimed as roads and say, what is the state of the road? And the picture is that, in fact, we still have those that are very poor. And then we have roads that are poor, and the number, I think, is indicated in terms of year on year what the picture has been with regards to poor roads. And there are instances where you can see it's almost automatic that you would look at times where, as a country, we had better resources, that our investment in the road infrastructure would have been higher, and it tends to match when you look at the investments that we make and the quality of the roads that we receive. But what should be of concern to us is that roads that are fair and roads that are considered as good easily deteriorate, because if they are not maintained adequately, they quickly turn from fair to poor. So the issue of maintenance is an important issue in this regard, and we need to keep an eye on the maintenance of the roads, because this picture can quickly change depending on the levels of repairs and maintenance that's done on the roads. The next slide is indicating the interventions on the roads. As I said, Deputy Minister Mangu is here. I'm sure he's better placed to talk to this in terms of the overarching program that would be presented to address issues with regards to roads. So I'm not going to spend time on that. The next slide is with regards to the sanitation question that was asked by the NCOP for us to provide a targeted breakdown on budget commitments to sanitation. So we can go to the next slide. This slide essentially is indicating what the provincial breakdown with regards to access to sanitation would be, that is in terms of households with access to sanitation. And the picture is pretty much reflective of what we know. The more urbanized provinces tend to have lower backlogs and greater access to basic sanitation. But as you get into the more rural provinces, issues of access to sanitation remains of great concern. There are instances such as Limpopo and Mpumalanga where we're hovering around 60%, slightly lower and slightly above 60%, which should be of concern. But the next slide gives us, I think, a more clearer picture of the state of sanitation in the country. The first is that when you look at the part that's been encircled, thank you very much, teacher. The part that's been, well, not encircled, but highlighted, it deals with what actually is access to basic sanitation. Because it talks about, excuse me, those who have flush toilets and those who have access to ventilated improved pit latrines, which is an acceptable level of sanitation services. And in reality, our situation is that we still have significant numbers of people in Limpopo, in Mpumalanga, but also in the Northwest, less in Gauteng province and KZN, who are reliant on pit latrines, which is, broadly speaking, a basic pit latrine system that is not ventilated improved. So there's no a ventilation pipe in the pit latrine. It is really a pit latrine as we know it, or people that have access to chemical toilets. And chemical toilets are reflective in particular in Gauteng and KZN as the provinces that tend to deploy, mainly in informal settlements, chemical toilets. But the reality is that we are in a situation where 64.8% of South Africans have access to flush toilets and an additional 19.3% to ventilated improved pit latrines. What remains is what we can call inadequate sanitation systems. in our communities that are unmanaged, not well managed, and so on. And that is what constitutes the backlog. And I'm sure Deputy Minister Mahlobo will elaborate on that when he speaks later. The next slide is elaborating on the same point that I've made. So without repetition, I think it is simply indicating that I suppose I shouldn't repeat the point. It simply says the very same thing I've said, that only 84.1% of our people, because we're talking sanitation, will say only. Of course, we have made significant progress since the many years ago where people did not have access to adequate sanitation. But we still need to cover a significant gap from the 84.1% that have access to ventilated improved pit latrines and flush toilets, so to say. So the next slide asks us to answer the question about access to waste removal services, and this one should be also one area of concern. We can go straight to the next slide. So this slide indicates that almost 1/3, 28.5% of households use their own refuse dump services. So essentially, people would either dig a hole, put the waste in there, and that's a means of disposal. Now, you need to be cognizant of the fact that when waste is disposed in a landfill site, consideration is made to the quality of groundwater resources, seepage into the groundwater, and all other environmental considerations. When you dig your own pipe, you don't relate to your own hole, so to say. You don't relate to the impact on the environment. So it looks like it is disposed, but it could actually be to the detriment of the environment. So, but these are people that have their own solutions to their problems. So it remains a backlog with regards to access to waste removal services. And it's not just, and I'm emphasizing this point, that it might look at it as a solution when it is done, but in reality, it remains a backlog to the extent that it impacts on the environment, on the quality of groundwater, and so on. So in relation to removal round refuse collection, you have 60.3% of people that have reliable round refuse collection once a week. And then the list goes down. Own refuse services, communal dump services. So own is the 28.5% I spoke to earlier. Communal dump, refuse dump is 6.6% and so on. But there is a more worrying picture. Because of course, when you deal with round refuse collection, you at least can satisfy yourself that it goes to a landfill site and is managed and disposed correctly. The question is it done correctly now? I can say, as a former MEC for environment, that in fact, at least in Gauteng, HOD, at least in Gauteng, we can comfortably say that the vast majority of landfill sites are about to reach the end of their lifespan. So you're running out of space to dispose of the waste. And until you are able to find solutions, and given the not in my backyard syndrome, you're unlikely to find solutions of people allowing you to establish new landfill sites. You have to find alternative solutions. Of course, they are more progressive and developmental because they are more sustainable. It's about reuse, recycle, renew of waste services, waste to incinerator, waste to energy. So there are more better solutions to deal with the waste. But for as long as we do waste to landfill sites, our landfill site challenge is significant. And it's not just limited to the province. We've done an assessment in COCTA about landfill sites in the country, and the picture remains the same. In most instances, we have unmanaged, not well managed, and inadequate landfill sites. So it does remain a problem that needs to be addressed. Excuse me. Yeah, we can go to the next slide and we start talking about the having identified what the problem is, what is being done. Now, the first set of slides when we're talking about the municipal infrastructure grant. Now, the first slide, in fact, is a consolidated picture of all grants from national government that go to local government. And that picture suggests or indicates that we're almost reaching 50 billion rand per annum that goes to municipalities in terms of infrastructure grants. This would include the municipal infrastructure grant, the disaster recovery grant, the energy efficiency and demand side management grant, the energy grant, electrification grant, and so on and so on. So there's the list of grants, how much is allocated per grant, and what the consolidated number is. Now that picture does not look bad until you look at the picture that says how much of it goes back to two problems. How much of it goes back to Treasury at the end of the year as a result of under expenditure. We can indicate, for example, that in MIC, in the previous financial year, the unspent amount of MIC was 3.8 billion rand. And you can take it to other departments and they could indicate what the level of under expenditure on grants has been there, and you get, so the picture about the overall amount that's allocated is distorted by the underspending that happens there. But this picture gets worse in instances where, in fact, for those projects that don't perform, we tend to take money to projects that perform. It's a norm in government. So if a municipality is underperforming on MIC, we take that money and we give it to the municipality that's spending and can demonstrate that it can spend within the year. Now, what is the actual result of that? Those that can't spend don't have capacity. So if year on year they are not spending, the backlogs increase. But those that are spending get their money. So those with capacity tend to invest more in infrastructure because they get an additional allocation above the 100% they were given. So it's not surprising you get a municipality that says, we've spent 120% because in reality, they've been allocated additional money. So those are things that we are worried about, and this applies to all the grants and the performance of the grants. Then we give a breakdown as to the allocation of the grants per province, and this one is MIC specific, that indicates the actual breakdown of allocation of MIC. What distorts the picture there is if you look at Gauteng, and it indicates 5% MIC allocation. Now, it's not because Dr. Dalron Buckley, it's not because we don't like Gauteng. It is simply because Gauteng, because it primarily has 3 metropolitan municipalities become beneficiaries of a different grant, which is the Urban Settlements Development Grant. So MIC goes to the local municipalities, but Gauteng is primarily a metropolitan municipality. So I thought it's important to clarify before the people of Gauteng say, yeah, no, that's why our backlogs increase. It's because they are beneficiaries of a different grant.
I'm already looking at you in a very funny way.
Yes. And worried about, this chap is starting to misrepresent us from Gauteng, Honorable Tam. And I now need to gallop. I need to get to the slides where we conclude. So we can go to the next slide, which is just indicative of expenditure patterns. And there's a later slide that makes this point, but let me make it now. When we talk about, and the NCOP asked the question, so of the 38% that goes towards water, what are you spending? It's important to emphasize that there are no conditions that are attached to MIC. So we don't prescribe what municipalities should spend their MIC grant on. So the priorities, the actual expenditure is as a result of the priorities made by the municipalities themselves. So when you look at a picture that says, this is the amounts that go towards water, this is what goes towards roads, this is what goes towards economic development, it is reflective of where the pressures are in terms of infrastructure in municipalities and the decisions that they make. So this slide reflects what the trends are with regards to where municipalities are spending the money, but also what their performance is with regards to this expenditure. So we can go to the next slide, which is a pie chart that seeks to indicate the share of expended expenditure between the provinces, emphasizing the point that I made earlier. But of course, individually we might want to, or collectively we might want to interrogate whether the expenditure in the province responds to the backlog that was raised earlier. So the decisions made by the municipalities are reflective of the pressure points with regards to where the backlogs are. Because I think that's also an important point to interrogate as we move forward. So it's not just about, yes, they've received the money and they've spent it. So I'll make an example. So if you go to the Eastern Cape, and it is said that 39% of what is spent on water, the 39% spent on water, the Eastern Cape spends 2% of that 39%. But when you go to the backlog with regards to water, the Eastern Cape is amongst the higher provinces that have a backlog with regards to water services. So that's why I said it's important that we begin to interrogate the numbers a bit more in relation to what they tell us and some of the decisions that our municipalities are making, cognizant of the fact that they make their own choices and own decisions. But it is important in our interface, whether with the IDPs and so on, we are able to interrogate these matters closely with the municipalities. We can go to the next slide. This next slide is talking about a specific intervention. We've now interfaced with National Treasury and we've said to National Treasury, we have observed that there are a number of municipalities that are perennial underspenders of their MIC grant. They get the grant, they don't spend it, or they underspend the money. And this money goes to other municipalities and they tend to spend the money. Now, this does not help the communities that you service. Now, Schedule 6B of the Division of Revenue Act says that you can now have an indirect grant. So we have applied to Treasury to say, we need you to convert a portion of the MIC grant to a Schedule 6B so that we appoint MISA to ensure that the people receive services and not disadvantaged because the municipality is unable to perform. So it's a specific intervention. There's now agreement with Treasury that this is the route to take. And we are building the capacity to help municipalities. And I'll get to slides about this sort of support. This does not discount the need to continue supporting the municipalities, building capacity. But as we continue doing that, let the people not suffer. Let the people receive their services. And that's the direct intervention we're making with regards to the Schedule 6B, starting with a targeted 900 million rand. The 900 million rand is what was stopped in 22-23 due to under expenditure. And we think, and we think that going forward, because if you take a 5-year view and you say an average of 900 million rand is unspent in specific municipalities, and either has to we have to apply for rollover, goes back to Treasury, and or goes to other municipalities. It is a problem. So we're targeting an initial 900 million rand as the possible intervention with regards to the expenditure on MIC. And of course, we'll be interfacing with our sister departments in areas where they have similar challenges, so that you don't have a situation where community says, but we don't have the access road. It is a critical access road, but somebody has not spent the money for years, and it's not because the money does not get there. It should be possible that we intervene as province and national to ensure that those priority areas are addressed. And I'm sure when the colleagues at Water and Sanitation are here, they will indicate under expenditure with the Water Services Infrastructure Grant and their own grants that they are administering, and how that relates in certain instances to the challenges that we're currently dealing with regards to water and sanitation in the country. Next slide. It's about implementing fiscal reforms through grant allocation. And these are additional interventions. So we're saying, but firstly, 10% of the MIC grant can be used for asset management and planning. No, rather, 5% can be used for asset management and planning, and 10% can be used for project implementation, for asset management project implementation. So we don't just send the money, we now say, but you have to allocate money for repairs and maintenance. You have to allocate at least 10% for recapitalization of the assets, so that we address the perennial problem of lack of maintenance and lack of recapitalization of infrastructure. And then we're looking at solutions where we partner with the private sector in certain infrastructure investments. We have developed a model working with the DPSA on private sector participation in infrastructure investments. And I think the other points I've already made, so we can move from this slide. The next slide indicates MIC performance since 2017-18 to 2021-2022. I'm sure honorable members would want to look at this slide in detail. It provides a clearer picture of what has happened per year and where some of the challenges are. We should be worried about what happened in 1920 when you look at expenditure below 80% across most provinces in that year, which picture has since improved since then. We can go to the next slide. This slide is indicating MIC performance in particular in the fourth quarter. So it is MIC in the last quarter of the national government and provincial government cycle, but in the third quarter of municipalities. So the picture is not particularly bad, considering that municipalities are concluding their financial year this month. So this should improve significantly. Also taking into account the hockey stick phenomena that the bulk of expenditure happens at the end of the year. So that picture should improve. But keep at the back of your mind the point that I raised earlier about some of this money going to other areas. The next set of slides indicate the sort of support that we provide through the municipal infrastructure agent. A total of 103 built environment professionals have been deployed and placed in provinces to support municipalities in terms of technical capacity in a number of areas, and those are listed. MISA has also commenced and established a design office to enable support with regards to design of projects. Sometimes the problem, you can't issue a tender if you haven't designed it. So supporting in design is almost a prerequisite to enable people to spend. There are interventions with regards to operations, repairs, and maintenance through deployed artisans in the specific areas that are raised there. There are technical skills development programs for young people to either increase their skills and capability, but also to get experiential learning. And we're collaborating with UCT in developing unit cost guidelines for municipal infrastructure, training and capacity building. The next slide is indicating support in partnership with other agencies. So there are strategic partnerships with the Engineering Council of South Africa, the TPSA, the Council for the Built Environment, and others. We've recently also engaged with the University of Johannesburg to augment capacity in MISA and introduce 4IR technologies and solutions in this regard. In fact, UJ is considered the leading university on the fourth industrial revolution, and they are bringing their capabilities to bear to assist local government. We can move to the next slide. I'm not going to go into the details of the slide because I spoke about where we are with regards to the district development earlier. So I'd like to skip the slides that deal with the district development model because I spoke to those earlier. And then the next few slides relate to support with regards to the distribution of electricity. There are issues around addressing electricity demand management and energy efficiency. So that's slide 34. That we work with municipalities on. There are issues around supporting municipalities with cost of sales and checking accuracy of ESCOM bills, including just technical things such as having a bulk meter in certain instances. So what goes to municipalities is not estimated. So those are some of the support programs. The next slide deals with the work that we do with the SALGA. But SALGA is presenting, I'm sure they'll represent us. I know I've spoken for much longer than I was allocated. So I'd like to get to the slides that deal with providing support and remedial action towards dysfunctional municipalities. So we can go to slide 37, which is indicating a picture of the dysfunctional municipalities against those that are performing better. Now, I just want to make one point here. Of course, we're worried about the increase in the number of municipalities that are in the red, if you like, that are dysfunctional from 64 to 66. But you know, South Africans have, it's our national pastime to look at the things that are not working. So I thought I might want to present this slide differently and say, if you look at the number of municipalities that have moved into the stable category, it has improved from 16 to 27. That's a huge improvement in terms of actual numbers of municipalities where we see improvement. But as I said, sometimes when we present, we engage in our national pastime on self-flagellation as a country and kind of look at the negative. So I thought I should emphasize the positive picture about some of the interventions that we're making are beginning to yield the results. And let's build on that as opposed to just focusing on where the problems are. But we are intervening in areas where there are challenges. And the sort of interventions, which goes to the next slide, we have developed a package for municipalities and a support package depending on the nature of intervention. So there are interventions that are aimed at strengthening governance capacity, and we list the sort of interventions that are there. We deploy governance experts, there's training that happens in municipalities. We're looking at skills, and working with other departments in this regard. And then there are interventions that are looking at institutional capacity. And in there, we also deploy people in terms of program management units that are established to support municipalities in distress, and a list of interventions is listed. And then we go to interventions focused on improving financial performance in municipalities and financial viability. And the last set of interventions are aimed at accelerating service delivery and local economic development. And we go through the list of those interventions. Now, the last slide, I did say earlier that we are accelerating the type of interventions that we are deploying in local government. We've agreed that the reality is there are a number of areas where we need to source additional capacity into the department. So let's look at the district development model and how we implemented it. We said we'll have 3 prototype sites. It would be OR Tambo, it would be Waterberg, and it would be eThekwini. So that's where we are going to intervene. We worked with the DPSA, established a team of experts that helped us work in the prototype sites. But we said, after that period, after learning and going into the next phase of development, of deployment of capacity to ensure the implementation, we are going to have to institutionalize a mechanism of providing that support. So our contract with the DPSA has ended. And we're saying, okay, let's build capacity internally. So in the results management office, we're building capacity internally to support the implementation of the district development. We're building capacity to work with MISA to support interventions with regards to the deployment of or the implementation of Schedule 6B of DORA. We are building capacity to manage the transition in the community work program in the results management office. So essentially we're saying over and above what we have presented to Parliament as our APP, there are areas of acceleration that are important. And in these areas, we are mobilizing additional capacity. And currently the DG is going through a process of building that capacity to ensure that we're able to accelerate the programs that have been identified. So we're not just staying with what we've heard and said it's okay. We're saying, what more can we do going forward, particularly in the penultimate year, to ensure that we can improve the performance of our municipalities, but also the performance of the department. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Members, I will allow after the other 2 presentations, I will allow engagement. So just jot down your questions or your queries and we will then continue then. But for now, we will call on the DM of Roads and Transport, the Honorable Ellen Mango, to continue giving us some insights on the road infrastructure issues.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, colleagues, honorable members. We are battling with the invite. We were not sure whether we are the right department. Now I realize when the chair is also introducing, says roads and transport. So I realize that it might be the wrong department. But we are Department of Transport.
Just transport.
Just transport, yeah.
We know for
But
now.
I know if you look in the context of provinces, that does arise. It was more on a lighter note. So I'm hoping that the presentation is being put up. But I was saying to my colleague, Deputy Minister Tao this morning that now that he's here, I think I can go home because Kokta just sort of talks about everything. So he proved that and he made my work very, very easy. I'm trying to wait for my presentation, the chair, but safe to say, our request, thank you very much. I will emphasize where my colleague would have indicated that maybe transport would emphasize. and emphasize in other areas. Our task really was to talk on the issue of state of roads in South Africa. And I think every one of us seated here today, we have had an interaction with a road this morning, whether as a passenger or as a driver or one way or the other. So everybody has got a view of how the roads are. Interestingly, I was yesterday in a very beautiful province. I was in Kaimos next to Kakamas. I like the K's more than the Uppington part. So that's why I emphasize the Kaimos next to Kakamas.
Come from the Nama language.
Oh, okay.
Almost.
Okay. There we go. And somebody was saying to me they didn't encounter any pothole in the Northern Cape. And this was a member of the media who was saying they didn't encounter any pothole. So I'm lashing on what my colleague was saying just now, because we tend to look at more of the bad things and amplify them more than all the other good stories that are there. So I will talk very briefly about the management of roads. What's the structure in South Africa, which I might be preaching to the converted? What is the state of roads as we speak now, which my colleague has touched on? What are the interventions that the National Department is doing in conjunction or in collaboration with our provinces and with municipalities? And lastly, there is one slide that will come in there that say, what are the financial requirements? And therefore, what are we recommending to the NCOP? So if we go to the management of roads, you will see that the National Department of Transport, in essence, coordinates the overall performance in the sector. So we've got that overarching responsibility to look at the performance. The administration roles of responsibilities. What we are saying there, in essence, is that we've got 288 road authorities in the country. By road authorities, we mean those people who are given by the Constitution the responsibility to manage roads, broadly speaking. And the issue of roads, and we need to emphasize this, it's a concurrent function. So provinces and municipalities in their different categories have got constitutional responsibilities to do maintenance, build, which we'll talk to a bit later. So the point we're making is that there are 288 road authorities. Their responsibilities, amongst others, is maintenance responsibility. And as my colleague said, that maintenance changes along the road. That we used to see during the Homeland System. It becomes very sad when we still see it 30 years into democracy, because you used to know when you are traveling on any road that I would have left now the South Africa in inverted commas into another homeland and so forth. So the road administration is exclusive constitutional responsibility, as I alluded to. So one of the things is the issue of how do we then deal with budget allocation and prioritization. The National Department oversees the distribution of national grants, allocations, and enforces the DORA conditions. I will talk to those allocations in the slides that follow, but the point that we want to make here is that in many instances, we would allocate money. As the chair said earlier, when you want to know from provinces in particular, how did you spend the money, and people invoke their constitutional responsibility, that is their constitutional right. And I think that's some of the things that we must look each other in the eye and talk to each other frankly about, and say there is a reason that these grants are appropriated to our respective provinces and municipality. It is fundamentally to alleviate the plight of our people on the ground. So if that money doesn't go to where it's supposed to be, the implications are that the problems become bigger and bigger. So the conditions on DORA have to be adhered to and monitored by the department. I was glad that Deputy Minister Tau was saying there's a grant that doesn't have conditions. I said, I must be at the local sphere by now, so that can do what we need to do. So the other issue that we do with provinces is to manage or coordinate project selection, prioritization, and intervention. So we say provinces or road authorities, let me stick to the word road authorities. In this instance, the 288 have to use the agreed upon methodology. So there's a particular methodology we agree to say, these are the type of roads which lend themselves to the framework within which we would like to see this allocation going to. In the case of the PRMG, there is a form, those who are in provinces, we know we commonly call the B5. We want the B5 to be signed by the HOD, the MEC, and it comes to national to say, these are our priority roads. So that is what I mean there. And the road authority use road asset management systems to do exactly that, to identify these priorities. So what are the other considerations? My colleague has already said this. I said to him, he has helped me because he has covered everything. Most roads have reached end of design life. We know that each kind of road has got a design life within which it can live up to, or else it collapses. And the resultant of poor maintenance and many other things is what we are seeing, that many roads have reached the end of their design life. So the other factor is that there is an exponential increase in traffic volumes that we are seeing on our roads, especially freight, which cannot be diverted to rail as a short term. Now we all know, or at least I'm sure we are following the challenges that Transnet Freight Rail is facing. If we just take the Richards Bay port and we put it against the N3 or even the N4 towards Maputo, you can see the direct result of the failure of the collapse of Transnet Freight Rail network, which is resulting in the heavy traffic that is either on the N3 or in the N4 going to the port of Beira. So that has caused a lot of damage to the roads, even though ordinarily they would have still had been in a good condition. But because there is more pressure than what these roads were designed for, we see a speeded up or a quickened way of collapse of our roads. So we are saying road authorities must respond to this reality, because that is what is happening. I can imagine in Msunduzi what they have to deal with and the N2 around there. So they need to schedule preventative maintenance. There needs to be strengthening of pavements, and there is lane capacity enhancement or build new or upgrade existing. So those are the things that we are facing. In the next slide, we will talk in a more way, in a map, or some fact sheets, which we can go to the next slide, about the state of roads in South Africa as we speak now. Slide is a bit quite busy, but what we are trying to show there is that if you look at the world generally, that will be on your extreme left. It will show you the ranking in the world, and you'll find that South Africa ranks number 11 in the world. Now, I will talk to why we are saying so. We also say there that we have got 750,000 kilometers of roads, which then is the 11th longest. And we say 159,272 kilometers, which makes us the 19th of paved network in the world. So the estimated replacement, if we were to tomorrow say every inch and square meterage of this road has to be replaced, what type of money are we looking at? We are looking at 2 trillion rand and above. That's the money we will need to replace all these roads, which tells us that this is the type of money we will never really have, given the the competing demands that we have as a country and the constrained fiscus and the purse that we have. The demands are getting bigger, the purse is getting smaller. And Minister Godongwana didn't pay me to say that, but it's a reality. So to maintain such an extensive network means we need significant budgets. Roads account for 88% of all freight and 98% of person trips. So what do we mean here? We mean that most of the freight, 88% of the freight is seen on the road, and many people move using road. That is where that percentage comes from. So the national network, which accounts for 23,000, roughly 400 kilometers, carries 39% of all vehicle kilometers, which translates to 70% of long distance freight. So that's the extent of what is happening. So these figures begin to break down what accounts for all this. Now, if we try and go to the center of that slide, it will give you a breakdown of the authority, the kilometers of paved roads, the kilometers of gravel roads, and sadly so, the kilometers of unproclaimed roads, which Deputy Minister Tao spoke about earlier. You know, there is a road in the Eastern Cape in Chris Hani municipality. It transgresses from Kamata across the White Kai or the Kai into some of those areas. So it's in a very bad state. So I then called the municipal manager at some stage then said, what is the state of this road? Why is this road not being fixed? So he said, I must explain to him which road. So I gave him the road number and specifics and coordinates. And he says to me, it's because nobody owns it, you know. But this is a road where government vehicles drive there, municipal vehicles drive there, everybody's driving there. And he says nobody owns the road. So this is the lived reality, honorable members and colleagues, that we are facing. That our people are subjected to bad roads because we say nobody owns the road. But this road is being used on a daily basis. So when I dug deeper into the story, I realized that this used to be classified as an agricultural road during apartheid time. So it goes through an agricultural area. So the RSCs of those times used to maintain it, or even agriculture. Now it has been automatically handed over to the province. It is technically a provincial road. But the province is refusing to give it to the municipality because the budget must follow. And the province wants to give the road, but not the budget. That's why it ends up with nobody owning the road. But who suffers? The gogo who must go to the clinic, the pensioner who must go and access services in town, and so forth and so forth. So I'm making this example to say that as political principles, either at province or either at municipal level, these are the hard questions we must go into to say, what are the actual implications of the non-action or inaction in this situation? Because if truly roads are an economic backbone of the country, we really need to take them very, very seriously. Now, that is not a very good picture, but I'll go to it in a detailed fashion later. Now, let's go to the next one. It talks about the state of roads in RSA. Now, there, what we are saying is that the visual condition of these roads, I want to jump, but before I jump, I think I've got another slide that will explain it better. But the point that needs to be emphasized, the chairperson and honorable members, at the bottom of those two bullets, despite the fact that in the last couple of years, 106 billion rand intervention has been meted, or we have deposited 106 billion rand of the PRMG, which stands for the Provincial Roads Maintenance Grant. There is actually no significant improvement in the state of the road condition. That's a hard reality that I think should cause us to pause and think as to say what could be the real thing and how do we resolve this. 106 billion rand is no child's play under the circumstances we live under. Now that slide will tell you, and as I say, there is more which has got colors, which will give us a state, which is the next one, which I would rather, it also explains exactly what we are saying there. On the red, and I'm a man, so if I say red is red and it's maroon, please don't criticize me. Just accept that it's red. You will see that we've got the red in my eyes talks about very good roads. The next one, which is light gray, it's good roads, fair roads, slightly darker, poor roads, and very poor roads. So in essence, as you look at that slide, you should look at it in order of 5 categories. Now, Limpopo accounts for the most kilometers of roads, which are very good, at 42.1%. We are dealing with percentages here of the road network. The West roads is KwaZulu-Natal, which is 14%. Now, if you look at another province, Eastern Cape, you find it difficult to find any percentage to allocate to very good roads. It's not that they are not there, but when you compute and look at all these figures, it becomes so insignificant that you don't even need to mention it at the level that we are, if there are any very good roads. But if you look at the poor roads in the Eastern Cape, it's 35.7%. Now, my colleague said something which I'll also say it's slightly different. You will find this picture and you go and look at the level of poverty of those provinces. And you look at the level of the money that gets returned to the fiscus, you'll find that there is a commonality there. The provinces which seem to have the most provinces are the ones who seem to have less appetite in spending the grant money. I call it less appetite, not capacity, because I think capacity can be sourced or bought, or you can even borrow it from somebody across and say, I'm battling here, can we assist each other? So I think it's just a matter of appetite to spend, because when you have the appetite to spend, you will have to be creative in what you try and do, because we've got a system of cooperative governance. You can go to Limpopo as an example and say, can you lend me your road agency people to come this side and assist me and put systems? As an example, I'm not saying that should happen. Now, if you look again at the Free State, another example, you get 33% of very poor roads. And that's the reality. If we look at that one slide of what is happening on the state of our roads in the country. And Chairperson and honorable members, colleagues, it is not a good picture. Not at all. Because these are the roads that we use every day. These are the roads that children need to use to go to school. People must access amenities, clinics, and so forth and so forth. Now, there are various implications to us not maintaining roads. Many villages, you'll find that you can't have a bus accessing villages. Those buses at times would have been subsidized transport for the people who are needy. And they end up being susceptible or vulnerable to having to use the bakkies, which end up killing them on the roads because we just didn't maintain a gravel road. And the people are not looking for tarred roads. Yes, it's a nice to have. At the moment, they are just saying, just maintain the gravel road that we have so that we can be able to move to town and so forth. So I stick here because these are the things we hear every day from National Department. And because of the constitutionality of the road authority function, we cannot call a province and say, you will. We have to try and convince each other and say, where can we assist each other? We are giving you so much money. What is the problem? That is the fundamental problem we have. But most of this problem, colleagues, is sitting at the provincial level. It's sitting at the municipal level. And let me go past this one before a point of order, House Chair, is made. Let's go to the next slide. The South African road maintenance backlog. Here we are talking about maintenance. So again, those figures are there. They will show you the distribution between paved roads, how much backlog we have in terms of maintenance, and it will talk at the gravel road. Sanral will show you 0 there, because in the main, there are no gravel roads in the books of Sanral. If there would be, there could be some of those provinces that would have asked Sanral to take over. And at the end, it gives us the cost of what we need to catch up with the backlog that we have in our country. And the figure that is there, it's a staggering 197 billion rand. And these are 2013 figures. And I'm sure by now it would have increased to around 200 billion rand that we need to go back and address the backlog of. Let's put this into context, Chairperson. The backlog is as a result of our failure. Let's say it the way it is. It's as a result of our failure to maintain or to budget properly to maintain the backlog doesn't just come out of nowhere. It's because we didn't maintain the roads at the standard that we should have maintained them when they were still in a reasonably good or even very good condition. Because that is the trick here. Once your road is still in a very good condition, you maintain it to the best standards you can. Because the more it deteriorates, we will see what we now see as potholes in our country. That's a symptom of a problem. It's not the problem in itself. So that is what is looking at, and that is what the fiscus would be burdened with should we need to get that. We go to the next one. And look at what would be the estimated budget requirements per year if we were to normalize this very abnormal situation. Now, again, those figures speak to themselves, but the point I want to make there is that the budget allocated does not meet the road infrastructure needs. Because, as I said, the gap has become so big, the amount allocated is so small. So in essence, the less we do in this space, the bigger the gap becomes. Because we are now chasing a runaway train. And that is what we find. So even though when we talk to the figures later allocated to provinces as to the PRMG allocation, you would find that the figures will never come close to. So something has to change. And the way we do business has to change. So to go through that, Sanral has got a total network of about 21,000 kilometers. So to sustain it, that's the budget. The backlogs is that. And the one that is required is 25. And you'll see what the allocation is. That is the 2014-15 figures. So it just gives you a picture as to what is the situation as it comes to budgeting and so forth and so forth. Now, some of the things that lead us to where we are, Chairperson and honorable members, is the quality of the work we do when we do attend to these roads. You know, at times we do not do the proper road construction at the time that we should do it. It looks very good at the first few months, but very quickly the road begins to deteriorate. But you go and do a comparison at the injection of the money spent there and the quality of the road, and the answer and the response is not a very good one. These are things that we have to confront and deal with them. So what obligations do these authorities have that we spoke about? And in that slide, that's the next slide, if you may, which talks about obligations of authorities, because in everything we have got obligations. All spheres of government have some responsibility for three key elements of the road transport system: the roads, infrastructure, public transport, and traffic management. So, firstly, the provincial and municipal road authorities have the obligation to provide reliable, effective, efficient, and integrated transport system that supports sustainable economic and social development. And I think I'm preaching to the converted here. All of us know that is one of the key things for us. We also, as road authorities, have an obligation to plan, to design, construct, and maintain their roads. So it's their responsibility. So when National says we are giving you a provincial road maintenance grant, it is on top of what your responsibility is. But it is a matter of saying, can we help you and augment where you've got a shortfall? Now you find that provinces take the view that until you give us money, we are not going to do anything. The reality is that these grants, because there is not too much money, they are actually there just to augment or close the gap. So, as I said, the national transport is to set out, facilitate regulatory framework. So basically what we'll do is say, these are the standards, this is the categorization of the roads. What are the national interventions that we are doing? As I said, that's the next slide. I've spoken a lot about the PRMG, Provincial Road Maintenance Grant, which is a supplementary budget to augment provincial investments on roads. As of 2023, road refurbishment component was added to the PRMG baseline budget with some conditions. As we know that each and every grant or some grants at least are...
to draw to conclusion.
Okay, Chair, we'll do that. We are passionate about these things, Chair. You'll excuse us. But let's go quickly to the expenditure analysis, the next one. And I think from there, I will just take 2 slides. It's a busy one, but you will see there that, as I said, the red on the left bottom, 106 billion rand was allocated from 2013-14 to 2022-23. You will see that in the main, it went to KZN and the list was GP. And there's an allocation there of what was the allocation. And at the extreme right, it will tell you as to what exactly was spent. So that is what meant there. So that is the first intervention that we do, PRMG. The second one, go to the next slide, is through what is now commonly known as Vala Zonke, which was launched by the then Minister of Transport after a Cabinet Lekgotla intervention. So in essence, Operation Vala Zonke is to say, how can we cooperate at the 3 spheres and begin to assist each other? It has not taken off to a very good start purely because there has been resistance to cooperate at province and at municipal level. Because at that sphere, some colleagues feel like you are coming to usurp in our area and it's our space. What are we doing? The minister is on a road show. She has already been to a Free State. She's going to all the 9 provinces, talking to premiers, MECs responsible for roads and transport, and MMCs to show them what is it that we are trying to achieve. So we also, you'll jump to the one that says private sector involvement. We are also talking to the next one. We'll skip that one. It just talks to the stages. We are also involving private sector and see how best can we ask them to tap into their corporate social responsibility. The big mining houses, how can they assist in maintaining the roads, particularly that lead to their mines or from their mines to the ports where they are doing this. The next one is that we are using, you can go to the next slide. The next one is we are using, or we are now piloting a technology we call nanotechnology. Purely nanotechnology, say how do we stretch the lifespan of a gravel road using technology so that we can harden the surface, it has got less dust and so forth and so forth. So we are working with CSIR to this extent. Provinces at the last MINMEC, we agreed they will prioritize projects. We are looking at 7 projects, spread it as much as we can across provinces so that we can test this technology. We believe that once this technology is properly applied, we will be able then to see the lifespan of these roads lasting longer until we get to the point where we can pave all of them, which is where we want to be. So We also support, there's a slide talking about support at municipal level. We support them through what we call a road asset management system, which is assisting them to be able to know the condition of their roads at any given point in time. And they're able to make the necessary interventions as and when it is required. So you will see that we talk about the MIG grant that my colleague spoke about. So further interventions, I've spoken to those. You can go to the next one. I've spoken about engagement with provinces. We are also at the technical level putting up a team that can go physically to those provinces and municipalities who need assistance and say, how can we work together? And other thing that is happening, we are seeing more and more provinces asking SANRAL to take over certain roads. And again, there, if I may say, it's important that provinces know that you don't have to give over the road forever to SANRAL. You can say, while I'm sorting out our issues, I want you to take over this road over 10 years. The budget will follow you of PRMG, but once it's in a good condition, let's agree that you will give it back to me if you so wish, so that I can maintain it going forward. So there's always this perception that we are giving away everything that we have. The next slide talks about what are the funds required, which I think I've spoken to in the broad sense. And the next one, lastly, are a few recommendations that we really just say here, which are self-explanatory. In essence, it is our value add to this workshop, and to be able to say, you could note this, and but we remain ready, Chairperson and colleagues, honorable members from provinces and municipalities, to sit around with specific areas and see how best we can assist. Thank you, Chairperson. I rushed this through, but I hope it helps.
Thank you very much. It definitely helps. It definitely helps if we focus on the most important issues. And also if we get a general picture of what is really the state of our road infrastructure. And that is what you have dealt with. We will now give to the DDG of Water and Sanitation to actually just speak on the issues that was not covered by the DM of COCTA, because I think it did go into issues of water and sanitation. Over to you, you will be on the platform.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just hoping I'm audible.
You are.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I must first put through a submission that the Minister and the two Deputy Ministers are in Liqua for an oversight visit on the intervention that the department is doing in Liqua there in Standard 10. So I'll be making a presentation on the water and sanitation, specifically on the questions that have been requested for us to present, Chair. Trying to see if I'm able to move things. So the content, Chair, that we're going to cover is basically the four sub-themes which have been requested of us to speak much on the national state of water, the issues of water quality, and also plans to address relating water scarcity in the country, as well as the issue of consistency, particularly to the vulnerable. Chair, we noted with thanks what COCTA has presented, the DM for COCTA, the Pakistau. One of the issues which we picked up, which I will be talking to as well, it's the issues of access to water and sanitation, as well as the ring fencing of that 5 to 10% for O&M. So as I go through the presentation, it's quite key, Chair, that such notes be highlighted highly, because some of our findings as DWS and what I'm going to be presenting around talks to the fact that the Pakistan did indicate that the ring fencing of that 5 to 10% is quite key in the municipal level to do operation and maintenance of our services. This slide, Chair, indicates in the three spheres of government how the whole water sector get managed. We indicate the key functions on the far left. You see the roles for the department, where I'm putting my case at the department, as well as TCTA, where we are augmenting raw water. Then there's the bulk water supply through our water boards and also our water user association, which we are currently transforming at the moment. And then it ends in the local government, in the municipalities. So the roles are quite clear there, Chair. It's as DWS, we do own and regulate, and then, but the key issue which needs to be noted from this slide is how the money flows. If you look at the far right column there, that as a department, we do set the tariffs for the minister. But of critical importance is the last bullet there at the bottom, that municipalities are the ones that basically, through their own bylaws, they set up their own tariffs aligned to the Water Services Act as per MFMA and PFMA. So basically, it's actually a bottom-up approach when it comes to revenue collection. But that's how the key three spheres of government basically regulate and manage our water cycle in the country. I'm going to move quickly to the water resource sustainability, Chair, which I want to emphasize that we are well aware. So this slide basically paints a picture that we are a water scarce country. That information is well documented. Scientifically, we are the top 30 of the driest countries in the world. We receive about half of what the other countries are receiving in terms of rainfall pattern in the country, which is roughly around 470 millimeters per annum. So this slide just basically emphasizes the key that we are a water scarce country, or water availability. It's actually not in a good state, specifically when we are in a state where we are losing a lot of water in our infrastructure. The third bullet from the bottom just indicates that already we, as the water scarce country, we are trying to come up with the water mix models, part of which is to have the effluent reuse and so forth, and also some desalination. But the key issue, Chair, is basically the last bullet, where we are saying, while we have this current water deficit situation in the country, there's therefore a need to augment water conservation and water demand management. And I think you will see the details as I go further. And I will re-emphasize again that O&M, operation and maintenance, through MIG allocated funding in a municipality is key, because it's when leaks are attended to that we actually talking directly to the issue of water conservation and water demand, that we keep the water that we have in our systems. The next slide just indicates what are the current water resource projects in bulk that the department is currently championing. The information is quite clear and easy in leisure to go through. But what is key to note, it's the Lesotho Phase 2, the Highlands Water Project, which should be able to augment more water that will come and have direct impact in Gauteng and also the surrounding. This also extends to parts of Northwest as well as the Mpumalanga and the Free State, and also a couple of other projects that we are basically indicating there, Chair, which I won't go through each one of them. But the last three bullets in that slide is what I want to take the attention of everyone, that from where we are sitting, approximately 60% of the National Water Resource Infrastructure project are funded by private sector finance. And I think it was emphasized even with Tatetao that they are as well on their side working with the private sector, DBSA, to co-fund some of these infrastructure projects. So in the water sector, Chair, that space is quite clear that most of this bulk key water resource related project, we do private funding by raising funds and capital to ensure that this project basically get implemented, and of which 60% of such come from the private sector. In essence, Chair, the good model, or what we anticipate, is that water should be a self-sustaining business. There has to be a revenue collected for it, and once it becomes self-sustaining, some of the work that have to be done become much more easier, because at least there will not be that 100% dependence on the fiscals, which we all know are basically under stress at the moment. I'm going to move through to the next few slides, which talks much on the financial and service delivery sustainability, this slide talks to the first slide that I indicated in terms of the 3 spheres of government, of how we are basically augmenting water from the resource side. It moves over to a municipal side where we are using our water boards, and thereafter it ends in the municipality. But what I need to at least take your attention to in terms of this slide is to look at those red dotted star markings there, which indicates that the failure, Chair, to collect revenue from our municipalities actually have a rippling effect on a downward spiral. For instance, we're sitting in a situation where there's very less or minimal revenue collection from the water by our municipalities. That has a direct impact on the water boards, which process and cleanse the water to these municipalities. And then it has a rippling effect back on our raw water at the department. So what this slide means, Chair, is that the situation we are facing where some of the water boards are owed money, as well as some of them that has to owe the department, it stems from the fact that the low revenue collection from the water that gets sold has a direct impact. And if you look there, Chair, on the grants, specifically from National Treasury, there's very small capital that goes into the water sector, specifically on the raw water augmentation from the department, because our water boards by right are Schedule 3B, which means they need to be self-financing. They should be able to raise capital, and that capital comes from the bottom-up approach when revenue gets collected. But from where we are sitting, that is such a huge risk in the country. The next slide just indicates more or less what are some of the current growing and sustainable sector debt. If you look there, where I'm putting my cursor is that the money owed to water boards sits currently at 16.7 billion. And also what is owed to the water trading entity by municipalities, which is directly to other departments, sits at about 17.4 billion. So in essence, this risk and the way the graph is basically going up in an escalated price shape is a challenge which put a risk to the water sector, that if this continues as it is, as you might be aware and all the honorable members are aware, that we are ring fencing and trying to merge some of our water boards as a result of less and lower revenue collection to be able to process and clean more raw water and transmit to the residents. So that risk remains quite high. And these figures just shows that we are actually in an upward spiral, which is quite negative, and it therefore bankrupt the water board. This one is what I spoke about in the previous slide, just indicate the upward trend of how money is being owed. But then there are solutions, Chair, which we are looking at as a department, part of which is to do collaboration with National Treasury. We understand that our municipalities do receive the equitable share, and somewhere, somehow, in order to protect the whole water sector, there has to be some reforms that we're looking at to ensure that such should be ring-fenced specifically for the water sector. Otherwise, we are going to be left with a huge challenge of not actually having a sustainable water provision. The next slide just indicates our previous green drop on the 2021 per Water Service Authority. What you need to look at specifically, it's the greens, which you can tell it should be blue and green should be excellent. But from where we are sitting, the majority of our green drop in the last result that we published were basically quite low. They were quite critical and also very poor, which is the more dominant colors across the country, except in few areas around the Western Cape where we had a bit of excellent. But you will see when I go to the next few slides that our green drop result, which seeks to measure how the municipalities are treating and running their wastewater treatment works. And you will see that for now, there's actually a huge decline from the WASH report that we basically published. So this is just the previous results, which are quite up in public space, which indicated that we actually were sitting with 40% of our wastewater systems, which were at least at a critical state. But then 64 of those were poor to critical. And these two numbers, Chair, in our current result that were published, most of those that were sitting at poor to critical are now critical and so forth. So the numbers have actually gone up, which talks to the same issue of O&M, which I've actually emphasized. But then we does not divorce ourselves, Chair, the department, that we do have a constitutional right and a mandate to do regulation, part of which we are doing intervention in various municipalities. The third bullet from the bottom indicates how much we contribute in the current financial year at the tune of about 12 billion for RBIG and WISTIC to municipalities. Part of key is the last bullet there where we are indicating that we do have various interventions happening throughout the country that are basically championed and by the minister, part of which, as we have this meeting, they are at least what to do an oversight on one of the interventions that the department is basically undertaking throughout the country. But Chair, it also safe to say we do have some limits to our interventions, part of which we also have some difficulties on the ground in terms of some of our interventions, which needs to be addressed. And this basically because of the cost of the decline of operation and maintenance, which we are highlighting there in the second bullet. So if one is to link this with what Tatetao has mentioned in terms of the O&M, we could safely say that in the state of cooperative governance and the DDM model, if there is an increase in O&M, it means our interventions will literally go to other areas that have got more needs and not necessarily to go back and rehash or redo the work that would have been initially funded through our MIG, RBIG, as well as with it collectively. So these limitations are still there, part of which we are, as a department chair, trying to develop some amendment in the Water Services Act to try and strengthen the role of our municipalities as water service authorities to ensure that their role gets fulfilled comprehensively so, and that the function in their municipal water and sanitation activities is well legislated and reformed. So the department is working on that. Also on the incentivized licensing component of the water services provision and as well as water service authorities. So those limits are there, but we are finding some progress since we have some collaboration with COCTA, out of which we also use some of the MISA engineers' capacity to supplement the work that the department is basically doing. I'll move quickly to the blue and green drop. While I'm minding my time, we have actually published the reports. What these three drops do, Chair. One, the green drop looks at our wastewater treatment works and the processing thereof, whether the effluent that we discharge meet the required standard. We have an example in Tshwane now with the Royval wastewater treatment works and everywhere in the country. We then have a blue drop, which talks directly to the quality of the drinking water. In terms of our SANS 241, is the water meeting the required microbiological and also the chemical component in terms of quality for drinking. So we regulate that. Also, the node drop chair talks to how efficient is the water infrastructure gets managed by municipalities, and part of which talks to how much water they receive, how much water are they losing, how are they collecting revenue, and also how they are implementing programs such as water conservation and water demand. So those three drops basically talks to that. We have of recent published our preliminary WASH reports for the two drops, which are actually available in our website, and the reports comprehensively will follow later in the year. So, Chair, what I've just elaborated in the previous slide is basically summarized in this slide 16 of what each drop seeks to do, and also what it basically seeks to achieve when we implement them in our municipalities. This slide, which talks about the purpose of the drop reports, I've already elaborated in the first slide, which emphasize what the 3 drops are doing. This is a self-regulatory and self-monitoring tools, Chair, which we expect each water service authority, the 144 of them in the country, to basically comply with the tools, ensure that the water quality gets tested, and that there is enough capacity in terms of resource to manage both water and wastewater treatment works, and that as soon as water is in our infrastructure, we minimize leaks in the system. This I've just spoken to about that we have released our interim watch reports for the 3, of which the full drop will be released in September. And I just mentioned that we released our WASH reports, which is the aggregated preliminary reports for our green, blue, and no drop release that we just published a few days ago. Both the Department of Water and Sanitation and COCTA were there, and the Deputy Minister, Dr. Pakster, was also there in attendance when those WASH reports were released. Chair, I won't talk to this. I've already spoken about the green, blue, and report, WASH reports, which I won't emphasize. But the key issue that I want to emphasize is in the next few slides, which gives a summary of what we just published now. One is that, Chair, when we look at the previous reports of the current, the first bullet indicates that of the 850 samples that we have actually conducted in 2022, 39% of those which come out of the 90 municipalities were actually having a score of less than 30%. So in other words, there was actually a drop from the initial reports that were sent. But what is key to look at, it's bullet number 2, that when the initial reports were sent out back in 2013, published, you only need to look at what happened between then and the previous result. In 2013, we're sitting at 30% of level of criticality. And then when we released the 2022, we're looking at 39%. And now that number has actually gone up, which means there is actually a decline in terms of our green drop results. And those results are quite available in our system, which I think people might be able to go through in leisure for the sake of time. This is the blue drop watch report summary findings that we have just published at the moment. The full report will come later. But in the aggregated score, what is key to pick up, Chair, is that from the infrastructure condition, 3% of the sampled water systems were found to be quite critical, of which 12% of the sample system were found to be very poor. And on average, 49% of the sample system were found to be in an average infrastructure condition. But the main thing to take home is that we only have 5%, which is at least in excellent condition, and 31%. And that is not a good state. It just shows that we are actually at a decline when it comes to our blue drop, which talks directly to the water quality provision. I want to move quickly. This is just the scientific data that talks to how we measure whether the status of the microbiological and chemical compliance in terms of our drinking water quality. We're looking at 99% if it's in a good condition, I mean excellent rather, then 97 to 99 is actually a good. So if we move down to poor and bad, we are actually running in a bad state. But then we, as the country, we have this SANS 241 chair integrated within the World Health Organization guidelines. And I must say, Chair, that when we compare with the world, we are having one of the safest drinking water, and also the quality of our measurements is quite high. However, we still need to maintain the standard and ensure that we continue improving our drinking water quality. This one is the issue of non-provision of information that we found it a bit complex, that some of the water service authorities don't adhere to bringing their tests and results. So we try and make sure that we enforce such non-compliances by giving notices. But then what is the implication of this WASH report findings that we picked up? It just indicates that we have to, as a department or as a country, ensure that the norms and standards that are issued by the department are complied with in terms of Water Services Act, that when notices are issued out for non-compliance, reports to correct such non-compliances needs to be looked at, part of which might need that the resources in terms of staff that are aligned to do such work is basically ring-fenced to minimize the decline of the provision of the water and sanitation services. The note drop, I won't talk to it. I've already emphasized on this one. The findings, Chair, just to touch on this, what to take home from the findings on the note drop, which talks to the amount of water we get into municipalities and also how much water we are losing. On average, what the report has picked up now, Chair, is that when we compare to the note drop, which was published back in 2015, to what we have right now, in 2015, the non-revenue water which is treated, processed, transferred to municipalities, billed, some of which leaks, we're sitting at 35%, but the current result shows that we're sitting at 48%. But the key issue as well is that when you look at the average consumption per person, we are looking at 216 liters per capita per day compared to the world average, which basically sits at 173. So to summarize those three information is that we are a water scarce country. We gain less rainfall. We are depending much on surface water. We lose at the moment 46% of what we put in the system. And then we at least as well use more water than the world average. So that whole complex situation indicates that it cannot be a business as usual, and some of the things have to basically change from the water sector. These are just the findings and the directives, how we looked at the regulatory actions, as well as the support for municipalities, which I've already spoken to. This also links to what COGTA is doing as well in terms of how much grants goes to from national government to our municipalities to a tune of about 60 or so billion. So it basically aligns with what DM for COGTA has basically spoken to. I won't go too much to the legislative reform, but what needs to be taken home here, Chair, is that we are looking at the issue of strengthening the Water Services Act in terms of how we regulate the water service providers and water service authorities to ensure that they perform directly into their constitutional mandate. We are doing this in consultation with the sector as well as COGTA in collaboration to ensure that when interventions are made and support are made, it should be much more easier than taking each other to court when service has to be rendered to the people. The next few annexures, Chair, as I go towards closure, they basically summarizes all our interventions that we are doing throughout the country. We have put in a summary session for each province in a high level. This is for Eastern Cape, which can be looked at leisure, part of which is the North Hedact Phase 3, which has been completed to add more water into the area. But the last two in that slide talks to the issue which is quite in the public space now in Makana local municipality, where the department is in the process of upgrading one of the water treatment works there to get more capacity into the area. As you might have been aware, Chair, and all the honorable members, that in areas of Grahamstown in the past couple of weeks, there's been a cry of water supply. So this intervention seeks to address that issue. And we have picked up that the main cause for that is basically on the lack of operation and maintenance on the current existing infrastructure. The next slide talks to the Free State.
As you draw to conclusion, please.
Okay. Then this one is Free State, which talks to the issue of Machabeng and Malutapofung, our interventions there in the Free State. And also this is the Gauteng, which the information is easy to go through in leisure. And then also KwaZulu-Natal, Limpopo, which the Nandoni Tunsami project was completed to augment more water into areas of Collins Chabane, as well as the local municipality in Bembe, and also Mopane there, where we are doing reticulation to upgrade the RDP level of service to yard connections, and also the other project. Here in Pumalanga, number 2 is Likwa, where the minister and the DMs are there to monitor and see oversight of our intervention. This one is Northwest, which is underway for implementation as the 1st of July for the 4 district municipalities, which the department is championing. This slide is the projects that we're accelerating in the province, which have been stuck for long, which we are now accelerating to ensure they get to completion in the Northwest. This one is Northern Cape, where we are doing interventions, all plague and so forth, as well as the bucket eradication in Campbell. And the Western Cape is also intervention there. We have got sewer issues around areas of Khayelitsha, which City of Cape Town seems to be getting their acts together and having some of those issues attended to. We are also monitoring that, and a couple of municipalities that we are also supporting there through our grants. And then the last slide is basically the metros where we are intervening. At Tekwini, we are taking through in an intervention about 90%, which constitute 10 of their wastewater treatment works, to reduce the spillages into the area, which the issue is well documented. City of Tshwane, we are aware of what's happening there. The department is also intervening, as well as the Mangaung Metro. Gauteng, we've already had an intervention in the consultation with the 3D metros. So, Chair, that is basically the end of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much to DDG Mathieu. It actually assisted a lot. And I want to advise members, because we will make sure that they get this information, that they can use it in their constituency, also in their engagement in committees. I will allow, if there is any members that want to engage these presentations, before we will go to the provincial presentations. We will allow you, members. Can indicate those here. Chairperson, maybe Honorable Dangor, you may start. Chairperson, you will follow. And then we will
Chairperson,
go
thank you
to
very
others.
much, and thank you for the presentation. Chairperson, it speaks to the harmonization between 3 spheres of government and across ministries. Let me take one example. I take Region BG in Johannesburg. There's 45 informal settlements there and growing. We have to reimagine how we're going to deal with that issue. Nobody's going to move those people. Maybe we have to think about building new cities, new towns, based upon and look at the UK model after the war, where they built new towns to look at those kind of things. But we'd have to reimagine between the 3 spheres of government and across ministries as to how we're going to deal with the challenges faced in that particular area and maybe other areas. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Dangor, Honorable Detovu.
You said me, Chair?
Yes, please.
Oh, thank you very much, Chairperson. And firstly, I would like to really welcome the 3 presentations, very solid, very clear in terms of what is it that needs to happen in those specific areas. Firstly, I want to start with transport. I've just made a rudimentary research here, basic research, about what is happening throughout the provinces. Limpopo is the only province that has a road agency. And if you see the statistics there, 42% of Limpopo is very good in terms of the road infrastructure. It's even better than Gauteng or your Western Cape, where they are populated, they are more urban. And it shows that part of what needs to happen generally is to build the necessary institutional framework to deliver. And these institutional frameworks must be driven by good governance and solid leadership. And the question would be,
Why, Deputy Minister, this model of Limpopo? Because on the balance of evidence, it shows that it is working. Why don't you recommend that all provinces set up their own provincial agencies so as to facilitate these problems? And you said provinces take their roads to Sanral, but as you know, there's been a turf of not war, but some competition, because provinces are reluctant to really do that, to take those particular things to Sanral. Why don't we encourage the fact that provinces must set up these agencies to facilitate road infrastructure? In my respective view, they will also help municipalities. That is the first question. I will take the second one, Chair, in the interest of time, and I'm sure a lot of people want to talk about some of these things. Honorable Pakster, there is an elephant in the room, and this is what we are not talking about. Almost 29 to 30 years later, since the advent of the new dispensation on local government, the problem that you are alluding to is quite true. What has gone wrong? And for me, I think we must answer that principal question. What has gone wrong in respect of this municipality? We started very well at the beginning with your interim phases, pre-interim phase, the final phase, even the consolidation phase. The situation 10 years, 15 years ago was much better than what is currently happening. And for me, what is quite important is to really diagnose what is the actual problem, why municipalities are sliding down. They use the money for MIG, the one that is geared for infrastructure, for their own day-to-day operational expenditures, which is quite wrong. They build roads, they build water, infrastructure and all of that, but those are of poor workmanship, and in the process they collapse. And for me, up until we identify clearly what is the problem, and for me, the problem is more political. It is leadership problem that we have that instigates all of these problems that you have. And for me, until there is concomitant action taken against those who do wrong, who deviate, who move away from the prescripts, and clear-cut action taken against those, we are just scratching the surface, in my view. We are not doing anything, because what is coming out clear is that the problems are deteriorating. The wheels are coming off of the vehicle. And for me, I think we need to talk about it. Why don't we just place it on the table? The issue of leadership, the issue of the politics. You can also talk about what is happening in respect of municipalities with coalition. You can clearly see that the problems afflicting local government are more political than really administrative, because what is happening, what is wrong with administration has got profound negative implication, and it is as a result of the political situation that is obtained on the ground. Maybe I want to ask government to talk a bit about that and say, in precision, this is what we think ought to happen if you correctly, like I do, diagnose that the problem is more political than anything else. What is it that we can do to ameliorate that situation? Thanks. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dodovu. Any members on the virtual platform? Also, I was thinking of you, but I'm waiting for I was really thinking of you. Sorry, Honorable Moimang. You may continue. Wena.
Yeah, Kaleri province. Just three from my side. I think the first one relates to the Traditional and Quezon Leadership Act that has been set aside by the Concord. I'm more interested in terms of what measures are in place to mitigate the impact of that, particularly given the nature of certain provinces, DM, because in the province of Northern Cape,
Kenny, volume, please.
okay. Given the nature of the Northern Cape province, we have prior to this act, there was a gentleman's agreement between the senior traditional leaders and the Khoisan leaders to create platform for them to participate in the activities of the house, and that was informed by the fact that all the 8 senior traditional leaders come from one region. Then we have the other 4 regions that necessarily had no history of dealing with that, and then it created a sort of a challenge to the provincial government, because there was a perception that the provincial government was only giving support to the 8 senior traditional leaders, and therefore creating a picture that we are discriminating against the Khoisan leaders from the other 3 regions. So it will be important just to get a sense in terms of what measures are in place to sort of mitigate that, because it can explode in our face if it is not properly communicated. The second one to DM down. I think from the figures that you gave in terms of the progress that we have made in regard to water, in regard to sanitation, in regard to electricity, clearly there is tremendous progress that the local government as a sphere has done in terms of mitigating the history of neglect that the former government meted out against our people, which was informed by various interventions that the department in the past had introduced, from Project Consolidate, 5-year strategic agenda, the turnaround strategy under former minister. Of concern to me is the extent to which each of our administration will always introduce a new coordinating model, and thereby creating a perception that every time when there's a new administration, then we'll introduce a new one. I remember that with the urban development and integrated sustainable rural development strategy, the IDT and COCTA, then it was DPLG, played a critical role in terms of coordination. It looks like we are still learning from, because we are piloting, we are still in a process of piloting. Is there a way of probably lifting up the implementation in the last coming 12 months, so that we are able to change the mood in the country, which is quite important, given the interventions that are that are planned, that you have outlined from your presentation. I think what will be quite critical is to ensure that we energize our base such that we are able to ensure that we give credit that where it is due. The reality of the matter is that local government as a sphere is quite complex. It's one of the highly micromanaged sphere, because it is closer to our communities. So therefore it means we need to find a way to give support in a manner also that gives credence, but also we also instill influence, courage, but more than that, support, such that we are not pessimist Because the reality of the matter is that the amalgamation of the historically
Minutes is lapse.
wide municipalities were those areas that were not part and parcel created a bit of a challenge in terms of establishment of these new local government municipalities. Now the last one, Chair,
Your
relates
2
to.
minutes have lapsed, Kenny.
Okay. But there's one that if Chair can just allow me just to there's a slide that Deputy Minister Manu referred to, but because of the pressure of time, he was not given, he had no time to elaborate more on it, and it is the support of the department to municipalities. I thought, given the audience, if the Deputy Chair can just give the DM just to elaborate more on that slide, because I suspect it can be quite critical to the audience that we have today. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Moima. We will then now give Honorable Ngwenya and then Honorable Hadebe.
Thanks very much, Chair, for giving me this opportunity. And also thank you for the presentation. Chairperson, I've got only one question on the presentation of the Deputy Minister of COGTA. Mentioned that there are 3 focus areas about outcome of the medium-term strategy of framework. Now, Chair, my question is, to what extent has COGTA ensured that the 3 outcomes of the MTSF, as mentioned in the presentation, are achieved? And I'm asking this question, Chair, because the term of the current administration is about to come to an end, and we need to account on the MTSF. Thank you, Chair, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Hadebe. You will
Thank
be
you.
then after Mashudi.
Thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. I'm going to raise one issue. I think it touches on the presentation of the Deputy Minister, Honorable Pakstau, and it also touches on the issue of the Department of Water and Sanitation. The issue of how are we going to mitigate on the matter of the principle of paying for services against the rate of unemployment, in that I believe municipalities are seated in a very challenged corner, in that the number of indigents is growing on a daily basis, whereas they are expected to make revenue out of the services that they are providing to the people. On the same breath, people are unemployed, as we know, that the challenge is quite massive. The issue that I wanted to raise is that in that how are we going to mitigate in that circumstance? Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Hadebe. Honorable Mashudi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, and good afternoon, honorable members. Chair, my question goes to Honorable.
We don't hear you.
Okay.
We don't hear you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you very much to give me an opportunity. Let me start to thank all these 3 presentations. Chair, my question goes to the DM for COGTA, Honorable Dao. When I was listening to you, Honorable Minister, you said there's other municipalities that are not able to use the grant allocation. And if you see that municipality does not use the money, you take the money and give the one that be able to
use the money. My question to you, Honorable Minister, is that what strategy put in place to make sure that you assist this municipality that are not able to use this grant? Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. The one for transport, I think it was covered by Honorable Mimang on the issue that was supposed to raise by the Deputy Minister, Department of Transport of supporting a municipality. When the DM supposed to finish about the slide, you stop the DM Deputy Minister because time was over. And we need to hear more about the Department of Transport to assist the municipality. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Yes, the question has been, I will allow the leader of Salga delegation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and good afternoon to the leadership present. Just to also appreciate the presentations that were made. They were detailed and of course could be able to pick up where areas we need really to enhance collaboration and working together with the sector departments, which would encourage a lot as the association. Some of the issues we will indeed make just some references and touch up when we make our own presentation. But we really appreciate what was presented thus far. But on Deputy Minister Tau, on just on the issue of DDM, I was happy that we could hear the progress made, and as well the gaps that have been identified in the evaluation and assessment of the planning so far. But just a point that we always emphasize in our platforms around the DDM, the issue of ensuring that we draw in all partners and sector departments, whether it is during the planning sessions and up to the, including the state-owned enterprises, so that there is a well-coordinated, as you were saying, a Deputy Minister. And I think as you would be assessing or moving forward, the issue of not necessarily forcing departments, but to have an instrument that we ensure that they are binded by what emerges out of these plans, so that we do not just talk, but at the end of the day, we're able to say, this is what we do in terms of the implementation. Just to look into indicators that could be set for each and every one, so that they could be used as a measure for accountability in terms of what we might have agreed. On Deputy Minister for Transport, I was happy that he highlighted the matter of the road classification. It is really a problem, and if I missed that point, I would appeal to him just to indicate what is the problem that we are faced with that makes us not to conclude this matter of the road classification, because it has been dragging for many years, and municipalities are on the firing line, because whilst we play the blame game, communities, they come straight and directly to municipalities. They don't care about a road, whether it belongs to which sphere. They come directly. And number of protests that we have encountered as municipalities in many instances, I'm not saying for those that are within our authority, we are doing well, but in the majority of cases, roads would be closed, protests would come because of these roads that are belonging to other spheres of government. So it would be important that we find a closure into this issue of the road classification. if we could just get probably a kind of response to say, when do we anticipate the conclusion of the matter on the road classification? Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Councillor. If there is any questions that was for water and sanitation, we will first give to the DDG to respond if any. Then the Deputy Minister of Transport can respond because most of the question went for COCTA. So we will do it in that order. Mr. Maji?
Thank you, Chair. The one question which was raised for us, it's how we are actually mitigating on the principle of paying for services amidst the rate of high unemployment in the country. What we've presented, we did indicate that one of the issues we're looking at, Chair, is our discussion with National Treasurer and look at a portion of the equitable share that goes to the municipalities to say a portion needs to be ring-fenced to be at least sought to address the issue of non-payment. That is one option. The other option, which is key, which the presentation sought to alert everyone, is that when you look at the amount of water that goes into the system and how much water we are losing, it means a lot of that we're basically accounting it for high water losses. Hence, it's key that what the DM Pakistan indicated on the issue of operation and maintenance, ring-fenced around the 5 to 10% from MIG. Once that area is basically attended to through operation and maintenance, reducing the leaks in the system, then we'll be able to keep more water. There will not be a high debt because the amount of money that gets to be paid will at least be directed to other activities. So it's a model that needs integration. So one area must pull up on reducing losses on the ground, as well as doing operation and maintenance. Then they will not have to pay much in the midst of the whole water mix. So it's a more integrated model. So that is how I can respond for now. But of course, DM Pakistan we can also add on their side. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We will give to the DM of Transport. DM, you can use the podium if you want to. Are you all right?
I'm okay here. Yeah, if you're fine. Thanks, Chair of the session and colleagues. Well, I think the first one that Honorable Dodov raised about us encouraging provinces, I think it's something we are trying to do, but nicely and quietly, because as I said, the issue here is that it is a constitutional responsibility to provinces, in certain instances to municipalities. So yes, we do it in sharing a best practice to say, maybe this is what you could do. But at the end of the day, it's entirely up to the provinces how they structure their arrangement. But all what you have said and the benefits thereof, I fully concur with you on them. On the issue of how we support municipalities, I did touch on it, although it was a bit very quick. Operation Valazonge gave us an opportunity because we were able then to say, how do we get as much information as possible? But the uptake, as I said, has not been very encouraging. Hence the road show that I said the Minister of Transport is undertaking currently. Now, the first thing that we do to municipalities, as I said, they've got the usage of a system we call RAMS, which is a road asset management system, because without a system, it's difficult to know what you are doing. It helps them, as I said, to make the right choices, select the right projects, and correct and implement the correct interventions. So you are able then to direct money. Municipalities do have two pockets of resources in the form of MIG, as my colleague Honorable Tau said, that they can use on many things other than the metros. So MIG is also used. There are also many grants, neighborhood development grant in municipalities. They also get it directly from National Treasure. There is also Urban Settlement Development Grant, USDG, which is coming from housing and human settlement, but they can also use it in roads. So there is quite a lot of financial instruments that municipalities can do. But we believe that if they have proper asset management appreciation, they are able then to appropriate the monies as they receive them to those areas. The other area that we do is to, they use the system that I said on Operation Valazonke, which is also a transport integrated information system. It has been made available to all authorities, including municipalities. It will assist us from the provision of a centralized repository and asset management. Now, the issue of why we can't resolve the unclassified roads, it's a very difficult one to answer directly, Honorable Councillor, because in many instances, these roads should automatically fall under the domain of the province. If they are not a national road, they should automatically become a provincial road. But it looks like there's reluctance to do that, because once you accept it, it brings a responsibility, or you classify it for you to maintain it. Now, you become reluctant to do that because there is more backlog on what is clearly classified. So it's something that I think requires more cooperating amongst us so that we can clearly go past. But with the lack of cooperation in our assistance in Operation Valazonke, we had thought we will begin to come up with information that can assist there. But it's ongoing work. I don't have one answer, to be honest, Honorable Councillor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Dame Tau.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of the NCOP. I agree 100% with Honorable Tango with regards to how we should rethink the management of urbanization in the country, and this relates to managing urbanization in current urban context and the challenges that we face, but also managing it through the development of new cities and new spaces. And the phenomenon of new cities is not a strange phenomenon. Many countries across the world have initiated a reimagined urban framework that works on the basis of also developing new cities. And there are various opportunities identified in South Africa for that, in line with the National Spatial Development Framework, and two initiatives currently underway relates to the Lanseria Smart City Development in Gauteng and the Northwest, that covers both Gauteng and the Northwest, but also the Eastern Seaport Initiative that covers KZN and the Eastern Cape. So the idea of beginning to develop new cities is firmly on the table, and programs are being initiated in that regard. Honorable Totovi, and we as a department fully agree, and I think all of us would agree, that there are instances of significant governance lapses and challenges in municipalities, and that these need to be confronted, and we need to be decisive in confronting this. And part of what we have said, you would have observed that whilst we completely subscribe to the principles of subsidiarity in terms of our constitution, and provinces become the first base of intervention in law, which is the correct thing to do. But in instances where we are called upon to step in terms of Section 1397, you would know that we have stepped in Lekwa, in Okunkichima, and in Mangaung. These are direct national government interventions. The principle, however, should remain that the primary means of intervention should be in the province in the first instance, but it is responding to those realities that we have an increased appetite with all the constraints and vigilance that we have to intervene where we're required to intervene directly as national government. And that's one part of it. But there's a different part of the conversation that we need to have. And we posited this idea at the President's Coordinating Council to say, having gone through the implementation of our local government system and looking at where we are we not at a point where we need to have a conversation around whether the system is functioning optimally and whether it requires a certain level of review? And this review could include fiscal instruments. So, for example, we have designed wall-to-wall local government on the basis that municipalities would generate the bulk of their own revenue and be less dependent on transfers from government. The reality is that many municipalities simply don't have the tax base to be able to generate that revenue. So we've almost designed them in a manner that would keep them dysfunctional, if you like, because by design, they were not going to have the resource base to be able to execute their responsibilities. But as we've implemented the system, we've also introduced other interventions. So we did away with plenary municipalities and merged this into existing municipalities. Part of the reality is that it complicates when you merge municipalities in many ways, and the operating budget of the municipalities necessarily increase because there are issues of salary parity that are implemented. There's the burden of equalizing levels of services and so on. So we do need to start confronting the question, if we have designed a system that's primarily dependent on own revenue, is it realistic? And if not realistic, what would become more realistic in terms of the fiscal framework? But there are also other governance and other institutional issues that we need to introduce into this conversation. And we are initiating a process as COCTA to open that discussion to say, since the white paper in 1998, is it not an opportune time to review the white paper against what we had set out to achieve and where we are and what we need to do? Honorable Muimang, and this is also an important point to emphasize. So, for example, we say that, in fact, the district development model is not a replacement of the back to basics. So if you look at the slides that we presented and we look at the municipalities in terms of functionality, it is the same formula from back to basics. So we're using the same reporting framework because it is back to basics. We have not changed back to basics. All we've done was to say, how do we enhance mechanisms of support to local government, how to enhance coordination, and how to enhance intergovernmental relations. And that's the implementation of the district development model. But the frame remains back to basics. And maybe there's a communication problem on our side, because as we talk district development model, we don't say in line with back to basics with regards to services, with regards to finance, this is what is happening, this is what we're doing. But I think it is important to emphasize the point that it still remains the back to basics approach. And nothing has been tweaked actually in back to basics as we continue to implement. Honorable Ngwenya, the presentation sought to respond, amongst others, to the, if you like, injunction from the MTSF with regards to the 3 interrelated outcomes. So when we're talking back to basics, it seeks to respond, or rather when we're talking the district development model, it seeks to respond to the first question to say, let's create a national framework and guidance towards integrated and socially cohesive national spatial planning. Because then you take the national spatial development framework and you pretty much utilize it as a reference point to the spatial frameworks of municipalities and the one plans in municipalities and the provincial plans. So it is intended that you do that. Equally, when we're dealing with services, we have indicated the areas in which we would want to improve the quality of services provided, but also the way in which we improve support by national and provincial government through the interventions we spoke to. Equitable share, Honorable Radebe, with regards to equitable share, the point that you are raising was with regards to payment of services vis-a-vis unemployment. Part of that is being resolved through the equitable share. So the equitable share formula includes levels of poverty. And those levels of poverty will also be about access to services, because it then enables municipalities to introduce indigency policies to mitigate against mitigate against lack of access to water, sanitation, electricity, and so on. So the equitable share formula is designed, amongst others, to enable municipalities to have indigency interventions. And there are various indigency policies throughout the country. In fact, the vast majority of our municipalities have indigency policies to mitigate. It's not always easy when people have to apply. So sometimes people change their status and they don't almost immediately update the municipality that I am now employed, therefore remove me from the indigency register, or I have become unemployed, add me to the indigency register. So the administration of the indigency system requires some improvement, but the principle remains exactly that, to ensure that our indigency management processes address the problems of unemployment and poverty and access to basic services. Honorable Mushodi, there's the issue around municipalities and what strategy to assist municipalities when they don't spend grants. The first is that when you look at the slides around the MISA support programs, we have introduced a design office to help municipalities design the infrastructure needs. So you don't go on tender and say, I want a road. You design the road for the road to be able to go out on tender to get specifications. So part of the support is that. We have also deployed technicians, engineers, and other technicians into the municipality to support the municipality. But we're also saying that where necessary, where there is perennial under expenditure, we will, through Schedule 6B of the Division of Revenue Act, assume responsibility in certain instances for the execution of projects so that communities are not disadvantaged. And then lastly, Councillor Chanda, I think we agree that in fact, the DDM should reach its logical conclusion, and we have identified it as a gap that not all SOEs, nor departments are participating adequately. And we need to address that in terms of ensuring that there's adequate participation. But we're also introducing a specific intervention. So the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act provides for the Minister of COGTA to issue regulations to govern the intergovernmental relations system. So we are currently in the process of finalizing the drafting of those regulations so that the DDM is about the implementation of the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act, and those regulations would enable both a guide but also prescription around how the district development model should work. And I think it is becoming more urgent to the extent that we're not having complete compliance to what the model provides for. And we should be able to draw in other government agencies to participate in the joint planning and joint execution processes. Emphasizing the point that when we say joint, we don't mean that the Department of Transport would assume the role of managing a municipal road. We're simply saying it is about planning together whilst we execute separately, but we're planning together towards a set of common objectives. I think I've covered on my side, but I think DM Burns Namasha has a question on TKLA. Thank you very much.
Yes, Tim.
Thank you very much, Chair. and honorable members. I think this question, Chair, is a good thing that it is asked at this platform for two reasons. The first being that if we look into the judgment by Judge Theron, there seems to be a consistency. If you look at what happened in 2010, when there was a judgment by Justice Sandile Ngobo on Clara, you look at 2016, when there was a judgment on the restitution by a Judge Mbuyiseli Madlanga, and the current judgment. Parliament is always found wanting, especially on section 59(1)(a), 72(1)(a), 118(1)(a). So it's more of the parliamentary processes as they relate to public involvement or participation. And I guess, Chair, we have now been given 24 months to sort that out. As you know, courts will not prescribe how to do the legislation. Safe to say, you are found not to have complied in respect of the following sections in the Constitution. So we need to make sure that this House, that is the NCOP, together with provincial legislatures, they up the game. If you can look at the 2016 judgment by Justice Madlanga, I mean, Justice Madlanga he was so scathing, Chair, to a point where in the judgment, he was specific to say legislatures and the NCOP, he found them to be oblivious. Those were the words that he used in the judgment. So, of their constitutional obligation. So all it says is that the judgment did not really much in terms of the legitimacy of the issues in the legislation itself, save for those technical glitches as they would relate to the process. Secondly, as I say, or put it this way, fortunately, when it relates to the Khoi and San communities, on Monday the 5th, I have had a first engagement with the commission, the chairperson of the commission and two other commissioners, dealing with these issues, among other things, also looking into the implications of the judgment. As we know that that invalidity has been suspended. So we will continue to work while on the other hand, allowing Parliament to deal with the issues as they have been directed by the judge, while as a department will providing the necessary support to make sure that whatever needs to be ventilated, we will always be there to do that. So the Khoi and San communities, we are working very well, and we hope that within no time, the first batch of traditional leadership claims shall have been concluded and pronouncements will be made to that effect. Because, for instance, in the Northern Cape, there are very clear-cut specific cases where generally there's an agreement to say These are legitimate Khoi and San traditional leaders, and there's no dispute. So in such cases, there's no need to take a very long route. It's a question of ensuring that we are consistent with the law, and where we observe processes and protocols, we make sure that we comply with all processes that could be an issue when it comes to litigation, because these issues, at the end of the day, Chair, they have this tendency of being of becoming litigious. So there are those cases that are straightforward, which we believe that, quite honestly, in all fairness, there's no need to take a very long route. So Northern Cape, Western Cape, we hope that even here in the Western Cape, we hope that within no time, there will be an establishment of the Provincial House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Jim. We have requested the restaurant to for a later time for lunch, so we are going to continue. And the MEC of Northwest have requested to be the first to speak. And whilst we are calling him to the podium, we will also request the chairperson to preside further over the deliberations. Thank you. MEC Malloy. Honorable Ngwenya, will you sit there? You may continue.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I think it was a blessing in disguise that the deputy ministers had to start before us in order for us to summarize whatever we are going to say as MECs. But I must indicate, Chair, that it's good to be back. The last time I was in this podium was in 1999. So I'm back. I'm again in this podium. Now, Chair, I will not go into the background because I believe that the background has been dealt with. But I must indicate, Chair, that in the previous financial years, as a department, we had an allocation which is not less than 188 million for water and sanitation. And as we speak, that allocation has been reduced drastically. In the previous financial year, it was 30 million. In this financial year, it's only 60 million. And it has affected negatively our intervention in different municipalities in this area. But what we have decided to do was to do more with less, and that's what we are doing. Now, I'm going to start with a few areas where we have decided that this budget must focus on. We then said, let's complete ongoing water supply and sanitation management projects, as well as augmenting and refurbishing general infrastructure related to this functional area. Now, the list that I'm going to present before you, it's a list of projects that we are busy with, including timeframes as to when are we going to complete those projects in specific municipalities with a view to assist them to attend to challenges that we spoke about. The first one, which is the intervention that we are making, is in Lekwatemane municipality in Christiana, which is the Christiana water sewer reticulation. We will be completing this project in October this year. The second one is in Khetleng River Municipality, which is the Mazista water supply. We will also be completing this project, hopefully by the end of this month, which is June. The other one, which has been an outcry, which I suppose that most honorable members know about, is the Weihurond wastewater treatment plant, which is in Mahikeng. And we are intending to complete that project by July this year, which is next month. The other one is the Weihurond water augmentation. It is also in Mahikeng. We are also going to complete it in July this year. The one which is now on newspapers in each and every print and electronic media is the Achisanang bulk sewer line project, which is creating unnecessary problems, and it is located in Tswaing local municipality. In terms of our plan, is to complete this project in April next year. But I've said to the HOD, we might want to investigate possibilities of speeding up this, this project and also interact with the appointed developer in that area. There are, of course, other projects which are on procurement stage for this financial year as well, where we are also intervening as a province. One of those is in Roth Sekgomotsi Mompati, is the refurbishment of boreholes in that particular area. And I must indicate that the majority of those boreholes are no longer functioning, and our people are not getting water and so on. So we are getting into that space, but the district as well has intervened, and we are trying to assist. But I must indicate that through the Department of Water and Sanitation, Coca-Cola was to intervene in an area called Moses Kotani to assist them with refurbishment of boreholes and so on. But because we have almost completed 90% to 95% of our projects in Moses Kotani, we have requested Coca-Cola to also go to the district of Roth Sekgomotsi Mompati in Kagisano Molopo to intervene in this area. So we are working with them in order to resolve this problem once and for all, because in Kagisano Molopo, they depend on underground water. We are also intervening in Dr. Kenneth Kaunda. We are going to replace 5 dysfunctional pipes at Balkfontein and Leeudoronstad pump station. This area, we went there with the minister, and it was clear that if we don't intervene as a province with the little that we have, we are going to encounter serious problems. So we are going to intervene as well in that area. We are also going to refurbish the Coffee Kraal water supply in Bojanala, refurbishment of Opitopi pump station, and the optimization of groundwater sources in the Tsobotla. So we are making all these interventions with the little that we have, with an understanding that going forward, this budget will be increased and so on. But we are also encouraging municipalities that the grants that they are getting, they need to be doing something and so on. But we'll talk about that at a later stage as we proceed with these interventions. I must indicate that in the Northwest, we have 4 districts, and 2 of those districts are water service authorities. The other 2 are not the water service authorities. And the biggest challenge that we have is in these 2 districts that are water service authorities, which is Yongaka Mudere Molema and Dr. Ruth Sekgomotsi Mompati district. And we are hoping that we'll be able to intervene in order to ensure that in those 2 districts, we are able to intervene decisively. We have a plan in place as to what is it that we are going to do to address all those challenges in those different municipalities. And I must indicate that our plan is not separate from the plan of the Department of Water and Sanitation. Through the intervention of the minister, we were able to establish a steering committee at a provincial level, which is chaired by the minister and the premier, not to address specific areas and so on, but to address the entire problem of water in the entire province in the Northwest. And I'm happy that we are making strides and will be winning in this area. And the minister is quite helpful and quite cooperating with us to address these challenges. We have also involved traditional leaders in this whole space. Now, the next slide is just an illustration. It looks like slides are not there. The next slide is just an illustration as to all these projects. How much do they cost? When are they going to be handed over? And so on and so forth. So I will not repeat that process because I've already dealt with it. Now, I must indicate, Chair, that combined in the Northwest, we owe ESCOM about 5.3 billion. And that is in these municipalities, which are Matlosana, Rustenburg, Madibeng, Ketling, Naledi, Ramotshere, Twaing, Mamusa, Lekwatemani, Ditsobota, and Makwasi Hills. Now, what came as a bonus to us was Circular 124, issued by the Minister of Finance, which deals with the debt relief. What we have done as the province, we then said we need to pilot this project in the first municipality, and that municipality was Matlosana. We decided to take Matlosana because Matlosana was in serious loggerheads with ESCOM threatening Matlosana almost on a daily basis and so on. And we zoomed into that space. But we said it can't only be Matlosana. Let's take all of them and so on, whilst Matlosana will be a project. We have now interacted with all the relevant ministers, requesting them that it will be important that these municipalities must form part of the program of the debt relief. We now have a team in all those municipalities, which is assisting them to ensure that they comply with the conditions as contained in Circular 124. And we are hoping that they will be able to achieve this. And to date, since March this year, Matlosana has been paying their current account without fail. That is why we are confident that they will be able to achieve what is contained in Circular 124 of ensuring that this debt is written off. Now, we are also providing support to dysfunctional municipalities. And we must agree with Honorable Dodovo that whilst problems might be political, but from where we are sitting, we think they are both political and administrative. And if we are to resolve them, we need to resolve them both, not to focus on the political side without focusing on the administrative side. So that is our plan and so on. So what we have done is that we have realized that in the Northwest, there is high vacancy rate in our different municipalities. Almost all senior positions are not occupied. Your MMs are acting, your directors are acting, and so on, which is a serious problem. We then issued a memo to all of them to say by end of May, all those positions should have been filled. And when we made our own assessment last month in a meeting with them, it was clear that only 50% of these municipalities have done that exercise. So it means we still have that particular problem which we must attend to, and we must attend to as expeditiously. But we will win because we said we are going to meet with them again towards the end of this month to assess as to how far are we in terms of filling those positions. But in addition, other municipalities, those positions are not vacant, those positions are filled and so on. But the problem is that you don't have the capacity. And that is why we took a decision that it will be important that we must do what is called the skills and qualifications audit in all these municipalities. We were hoping that by now we would have started. But unfortunately, because local government is a different sphere of government, you can't just impose. There's a need for interaction and so on. And in some instances, there were some resistance and so on, but we had to pull everybody together in order for us to sing from the same hymn book. And I'm happy to indicate that from where we are sitting, there is now an agreement from all of us that this work must be done. A credible company, we have already appointed them. We are starting on the 1st of July with this exercise in all the municipalities, with an understanding that by next year, the same period, we should have completed the exercise. But there are immediate challenges because we can't wait for that exercise to be completed and so on. We need to intervene immediately in those areas. We have then drawn in the University of the Northwest. We said, whilst we are doing the skills audit, qualifications audit, there are interventions there and there, we need to intervene immediately. There is no capacity in these particular municipalities. And the university has agreed with us that, no, it's fine. We will then provide with postgraduates, and they've given us about 770 of them to say, we are making the 770 available for you in order for them to go and assist in those different municipalities. But because we don't have enough resources as a province to pay stipends to these 770 postgraduates and so on, we'll be taking as the first intake 100 of them. On the 22nd of this month, we'll be launching them and we'll be allocating them to different municipalities on different areas, engineering and so on and so forth. So we have already made an assessment on each and every municipalities, and we have identified where are the gaps and so on. So we'll be deploying them there and handing them over to their municipal managers and their mayors. But the second thing which we also did, we have said this thing of reacting very late to challenges at different municipalities and so on is not assisting in the province. We then decided to set up a system, a monitoring system, which will be able through just a press of a button to indicate to us what are the challenges in each and every municipality on a daily basis. If there's regression, we are able to see immediately, and then we are able to intervene immediately and so on. So that software as well will start to operate from the 1st of this month. There are also challenges of municipal audit outcomes in the Northwest. And just to make one practical example, there are about 4 municipalities who have been on the disclaimer status for the past 5 years. No improvement, nothing, and so on. And we said, working together with the Department of Finance, we'll need to get into the situation, assist them, and so on. And in this area, I must indicate there is cooperation from all municipalities. They are cooperating with the teams that we have sent in those municipalities to assist them to do this work. Now, I must indicate, Chair, that our biggest problem is that because of the lack of capacity that we spoke about earlier on and so on, our municipalities are unable to spend grants allocated to them. We have already, in the previous financial year, 22-23, lost over 460 million as a province in different municipalities because they could not spend these grants and so on. But we are intervening ourselves together with the Department of Water and Sanitation, working together to say those teams that are in those municipalities must also zoom into this area. Those postgraduates that are there, they are also zooming into this area in order to assist to ensure that never again will we lose money to anybody that is meant to provide the services to our people. And we think that we will win this war. It is going to be difficult, but I must indicate that there are other municipalities in the Northwest which are spending this money, which are doing well, like your Mahikeng municipality, or Naledi, or Tswaying, which also benefited from this allocation that were lost by this other municipalities. So we are doing quite a good job and so on, but we have the problem of the capacity. And I must indicate, Chair, that this area of capacity is not a joke, it's a serious matter. Just a day before yesterday, We went to JB Max municipality, visiting projects there and so on. And the situation was bad. And you will recall that JB Max, many years ago, was one of the best run municipalities in the country. The situation is different now. It's very bad and so on. When we went there, the situation was bad. And we said to the mayor and to the MM, where is your technical staff? Where is your technical director? No technical director. Where are the others? There was nobody just 2 days ago. So I said to him, but without technical capacity, it means the municipality does not exist. And I must indicate that and thank MISA for having responded immediately, because we said to MISA, what do you have? Do you have engineers there and so on? Can you get people to get into this municipality immediately? They were able to give us 2 of them, 2 engineers and so on. We also took one from the province. We have sent immediately to that municipality. So that's the problem that we have in our different municipalities. And that's why we are saying we need to intervene as quickly as possible. Now, on waste management, I must indicate that we agree with what the Deputy Minister was saying, that we have a serious problem in this area. Your landfill sites are getting full and so on. So you are going to have serious problems. But what we have done as a province was to sign a memorandum of understanding between ourselves and our part-time forces in the Defense Force, including Hitachi, which is a company from Switzerland and so on, to convert waste into energy. So once we have concluded these things and so on, our intention was to pilot Ditsobotla, but unfortunately there's drama again in Ditsobotla and so on. We might not be able to start in Ditsobotla. We'll have to move to another area in order to attend to this area of dealing with waste once and for all in the Northwest. The last point which I would want to talk about is on roads. I will not go into details because I think the department would have gone into details and the provincial department will go into details. Our roads in the Northwest are bad, and it is not only municipal roads. Our provincial roads, including national roads that are in the Northwest, they are very bad and so on. It means there is a need for intervention, not only in your internal roads and so on. But we have taken a decision that at a provincial level, we'll then have to intervene in different municipalities and so on. And that intervention has started already. In some instances, we are assisting them to reseal the roads, to patch potholes and so on. In some instances, we are assisting them by buying material, etc., etc. That project is moving and is moving fast. But we have said national department must also come on board, particularly on these national roads that are going into the Northwest. All national roads, if you go to Gauteng from the Northwest, in the Northwest, roads are bad. Welcome to Gauteng, better roads. Northwest roads are bad. Welcome to the Northern Cape, roads are better, and so on. So we can't have this type of a situation. But we have also taken a decision at a cluster level, which is now going to be approved by the Executive Council, to establish our own Northwest Road Agency. Because the mines in the Northwest are saying to us, we want to come on board, we want to assist and so on. And we think that through the Northwest Road Agency, we'll be able to draw in the private sector and so on, and to attend to issues of roads once and for all. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Now, I guess we'll have to find out if the other participants in this part of the program are available. Let's start with Mr. Williams. That Williams is Eastern Cape. Is supposed to be virtual. Williams.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah, I'll ask you to try to be brief and raise all your key points without burdening the meeting with too much detail. So please proceed.
Okay.
Williams, please proceed.
Yes. All right, Chair, I'm proceeding.
And speak to the mic. Be a bit louder and slower.
Okay, sure. Yes, Chair, thank you very much. I would like to greet everyone present, Chair, and all protocol observed. The presentation is in response of the request by the NCOP to present in terms of grants, MIG allocation for 23-24 financial year, and the current status quo and support that is rendered to all our municipalities. Next slide, please. That's the purpose. I wouldn't want to go through it because of the time constraints, as the chairperson has said. Chair, from the national allocation on municipal infrastructure of 17.5 billion for 22-24 financial year, our province has received about 3.64 billion for implementation of infrastructure projects. Based on the analysis of all council-approved project implementation plans, the municipalities in the Eastern Cape have committed MIG for the 23-24 financial year in terms of the following trends. Nationally, water projects are allocated 39%, and the provincial picture is that we've allocated 44%. National roads, 28%. Our projects for implementations is 27%. National sanitation is 19%, and our provincial is 20%. Community facilities is 14%, and our own is a bit less by 7% or so, 6, which is 8%. Our water allocation is above 5% of the national allocation due to historical backlogs. Our roads allocations remain consistent with the national trend. Same with sanitation is consistent with the national trend. And it's only on community facilities where we are less by 6% due to historical backlogs. Next slide, please. Now here, Honorable Chair, we are presenting a picture of how the allocation is divided into different municipalities and different districts. I would like our focus to be on the yellow part of the slide. This is Sarah Barkman district. In this district municipality, all local municipalities are water service authorities. So from this district, you'll see a different picture than the other districts in our province. Here in Sarah Barkman, the projects for water are 8, amounting to about 15.2 million. For sanitation, we've got 12 projects amounting to 65 million. And on roads, we've got 23 projects allocated about 66 million. And on public amenities, we've got 17 projects allocated about 36 million. And the total number of projects that we have is 60. And then for this municipality, they are allocated 183 for all the infrastructure projects in those municipalities, both the district and local municipalities. Here, you've got a situation where there are few backlogs, but the infrastructure is old and needs upgrading in Sarah Barkman. Secondly, sanitation and roads infrastructure allocated a considerable amount because of the, you move back, don't be fast. are allocated more amount due to other infrastructure categories, old wastewater works and so on. And we still have challenges of maintenance, repairs and maintenance. Okay, let's go to Amatole. Amatole district, we've got 21 projects. If you focus on the yellow line, for water, 408 million has been allocated. You'll see the difference that municipalities have not allocated anything for water and sanitation because this district is a water service authority. And then for water for sanitation infrastructure, it's 83 million. And then roads, 43 projects amounting to 166 million. And then public amenities, we've got 68 projects amounting to 92. And the total amount allocated to these districts is about 749 million. And 78 projects are to be implemented, 84 are complete projects. This is a water service authority, and lots of its mega allocation is attending to huge infrastructure backlogs of water and sanitation. Local municipalities are prioritizing their functions in respect of roads and maintenance of existing infrastructure, including wastewater works. Okay, we can move to the next slide, please. On Krisani, same 16 projects allocated for water infrastructure at 161 million, sanitation at 167, 14 projects, and roads, 47 projects at 213 million, and public amenities, 12 projects at 22 million, amounting to 564 for this district. And those projects consolidated to be implemented in the next financial year. Krisani has huge backlogs for water and sanitation, and about 49% for water and sanitation, about 51. All local municipalities have allocated to other projects, public amenities, waste disposal sites, and so on. Let's proceed, sir. To Joe Gavi District, 11 projects on water and sanitation, 50 million for 4 projects. All other projects, municipalities have allocated 13 projects at 64 million, and the amount total for me for that district is about 293 million, and 15 projects that are being completed. Elundin and Walter Sisulu allocated huge amounts to roads, which disadvantages public amenities. And Joe Gavi allocated huge amounts for water projects, which will address huge backlogs of water in the district. Can we move forward? This is OR Tambo district. Similar, this is allocated project. Can we move forward past the districts? I would like to go to municipal. Okay, this is the provincial overview of commitments for MIG, and for water, we have allocated.
It may not be possible for you, Honorable Williams, to go through everything in detail.
Yeah.
So I'm pleading with you to try and summarize.
Okay.
We are left with about 5 minutes.
All right. Let me leave the allocations. Let's go forward to, that's it. Yeah. This slide, in trying to avert, Chair, the non-expenditure of grant allocations, we have developed a risk-adjusted strategy as a province. And this slide is actually, these following slides are depicting district readiness to implement projects. As can be seen in this slide, you will see that in order for us to implement MIG projects at municipal level, projects must be registered. Now here we've tried to define exactly what's happening in the municipality. And you could see in the yellow line down there about the amount that is allocated in this district, how many projects, how many are registered, how many are not registered, and the planned expenditure for those projects. If you look at this district, about 94% of their projects are registered in the system, which makes us implementation ready for the next for this financial year to ensure that we fast track expenditure for this district. We'll have to deal with the 6% that is not yet registered. And then if you look at projects that have not started in this district, 5 and 34 are projects that have started. If you consolidate that to green, you can see the expenditure increasing in that municipality. So that's the strategy we're trying to follow. Let's leave all this expenditure, the risk-adjusted strategy, and go to the comments I've made. Go. Yes, stop right there. A total of 504 projects will be implemented through MIG in our province for 23-24. And 195 projects translating to 39% are currently on implementation. 25% of projects are on procurement, while 184 projects translating to 36% are still on registration stage. Joe Gabi and Chris Sani are leading in terms of implementation readiness at 63 and 55 respectively. Challenge is Alfred Zo and OR Tambo districts with the highest number of projects that have not gone through the procurement, sitting, and 64% and 46 respectively. So we know exactly through the risk-adjusted strategy where we need to go in order to support these municipalities. Move. Yes, the state of readiness challenges of our projects, late registration of projects, delayed prioritization for confirmation, submission of project implementation plans, lack of forward planning, late start of projects that's subjecting municipality into DORA Section 18, and lack of compliance and enforcement of DORA. And remedial measures we have is through the risk-adjusted strategy. Between November and February 24, prioritization must have been concluded. No project implementations plan must be accepted by COPTA with unregistered projects beyond February. Project implementation plans be submitted to COPTA in February. All municipalities shall start construction in July. And this is intentionally aimed at ensuring that we spend 60% of the total MEG allocation to the province by the end of June, of December. And then by end of June, it should be 100%. We also introducing a compliance management framework to enforce this risk-adjusted strategy. And we move forward. Support to dysfunctional municipalities. These are the institutions, we're dealing with institutional arrangements, governance, financial health, and service delivery. Move. Maybe let me go straight to recommendations. Go straight to recommendations.
1 minute.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm almost there. It's 47 slides, Chair. The NCOP should note the report regarding our 23-24 infrastructure categories and number of projects. The meeting should also note the challenges and remedial measures employed by COPTA and sector partners by introducing the risk-adjusted strategy. The implementation protocol and work plans have been signed off between COPTA and mayors. Risk-adjusted strategy implementation protocol will be rolled out to all conditional grants, and the municipal support task team will deal with all these on a monthly basis. Let's move. Thank you very much, Chair. My apologies, I had 47 slides.
No, thank you very much, honorable member. Next time, you'll always get an opportunity, I guess, to do a presentation. Because the whole idea really is to give us a sense of the work that is ongoing in the Eastern Cape, without compromising the content, that avoiding too much detail. Thank you very much. The next presenter is going to be Dr. B. Darian Gauteng. Please try and do the same thing. Difficult.
Chair, thank you very much and good afternoon to you. Chair, the presentation from Gauteng will focus firstly on a high-level performance on back to basics, the progress on infrastructure, and then also the support packages provided. And Chair, with your directive, let me go straight to slide number 10, where we're just sharing with you that the back to basics approach, DDM is an integral part of that, so that we can deal with issues relating to planning and budgeting, implementation across government, but then also poor integration and also fragmented plans. Essentially, Chair, if you look at the municipalities that was on there, that's on the previous slide, we just say as a province, we have implemented the regional support model, but there are 3 municipalities that are at great risk in Gauteng. West Rand, that's currently still under section 139. Merafong local municipality that is operating now in terms of the Disaster Management Act due to the number of sinkholes that's developing in the area, and then Mfuleni municipality that is also currently under section 139. Chair, on the next slide, we're sharing the back to basics approach. I will not go through all the details of the reports when it comes to the back to basics, Chair, but needless to say that some of the key areas are reflected on slide 16. 2 slides after that. Chair, what we're saying is due to the risk of poor audit outcomes, we are focusing on audit committees and also MPECs. Currently, audit outcomes in Gauteng have regressed, but Midvaal and Ekurhuleni is the only municipalities that have maintained clean audit outcomes. Chair, one of the key things that we need to look at also, if we take into consideration what slide 20 says, it shows that how municipalities have regressed over a period of time. And if you look at the cash balances of the municipality and you look at it on the far right-hand side, you can see that the cash balances have reduced over a period of time. The second column shows you it was green, but you can also see the number of reds that is there. Chair, almost all municipalities except Midvaal on the next 2 slides have challenges with Eskom and with rainwater. The metros have reduced what they do owe to the 2 agencies, but there is some serious problems. Chair, as we're looking at the CapEx spend, I think slide 24 is what is very key. With 2 months down the line to the financial year end of the municipality, only Midvaal achieved 50% if you look at that slides, but then at least Midvaal achieved 60%, but Johannesburg, West Rand and Rand West City are at 50%. So Chair, 2 months down the line, this is not money that they need to collect from citizens, but it's money that is appropriate to provincial government from the equitable share, or should I say from grants, and we are not spending. So that is a serious problem, Chair. The building of capacity in the municipalities is something that we need to deal with decisively. Also at the national level, some funds has been taken back, and Chair, with the current aging infrastructure in Gauteng, there is a need for us to accelerate service delivery, particularly when it comes to infrastructure delivery. Chair, I can say currently that all the municipal managers has been appointed in all municipalities, but we are still struggling with some of the senior managers. I have formally written to MMs to ask them to respond to me on a monthly basis. What is the status? But of course, Chair, with some of the municipalities like Tshwane that had serious problems, specifically when it comes to instability, that municipality are lagging behind. Chair, slide 32 gives you a sense of the current water losses and the electricity losses. If you look at currently, most of the municipalities report that they collect revenue at about 80%. Some is slightly higher. if you account for that losses, if they improve management of electricity and water, you can actually increase further revenue generation by about 40%. So water losses and electricity losses is one of the key areas that we need to focus on. Chair, looking at infrastructure, just to share with you on the next few slides, without going in detail, we have shared with the committee the details of all the projects. We have about 103 projects across the municipalities, and whether it is water, sanitation, or roads projects, the metros account for the biggest portion of these projects. On the next slide, we have about 90 sanitation projects. All these projects is planned for completion in the 24-25 financial year. About 60% of those should be completed in the next financial year. Chair, on the roads, one thing that we need to look at for Gauteng specifically is the in-migration affects the longevity of the roads. And currently, you're sitting with 40 roads that needs to be dealt with by the provincial government in Mfuleni specifically. And the number of roads projects specifically from the Honorable DM, I think Gauteng was one of the guilty ones where we have not spent on all the provincial roads maintenance grants. Chair, one of the key things for us that we need to look at the debt relief, although it is spearheaded by the National Treasury, as Gauteng, we feel there is an onerous responsibility on the municipalities to meet those particular provisions. So we are engaging with national through national COCTA. Just to share what we are looking at support packages, Chair. The issue of coalition governments in Gauteng, I'm sure we have seen all the latest trends. We are doing a study on coalition governments, and we hope to share the outcomes of that coalition government study soon. We are also working with SALGA and the provincial treasury and the AG to improve the audit outcomes. Chair, important to note is that all municipalities are struggling with revenue generation strategies. Some of those are part of our key support packages that we're dealing with. Support for our large power users, smart metering, but then with municipalities, as part of our assessments, they're going into distress on a regular basis. Municipal viability assessments is also key for us in making sure that we can bring about some stability in departments. Chair, we are also monitoring senior management positions. And currently, if we're looking at the framework, municipalities have shared with us the current framework, the Municipal Structures Act, just make it a bit difficult to attract the right caliber of candidates. And automatically it places then a damper on their ability to be a bit more effective. It's also some of those things that we will take up with National COCTA, Chair. Chair, I think I should stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We will proceed to the Northern Cape.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and let me also acknowledge all the members and colleagues. Chair, I will be brief. I will shoot straight to the issues. So it's a summarized version. I deal with the specifics. Chair, in terms of the municipal infrastructure grant, as a province, we received 492 million for the 23-24 financial year, including ring fence funding for sports infrastructures, which is 39 million, 8% of the allocation. Our municipalities implement projects according to the IDPs, priorities and available DORA allocations, and the bulk projects are implemented in phases over multi-years due to small allocation. You know, it's the issue that we've been raising consistently as a province in terms of the allocation. But also the 23-24 MIC allocation is committed to the following priorities, Chair. In terms of water projects, is 26%, sanitation 20%, and water and stormwater 12%. Priorities such as sport facilities, cemeteries, solid waste management sites, and community lighting are allocated 18%. 24% of the allocation is still not committed. And this is a result, some of the projects that are not registered due to the lack of planning of some of our municipalities. In respect to water, an amount of 132 million is committed to water projects in all the 5 districts in the province, including the municipal allocation, the current status of the projects, and envisaged completion timelines. Some of key projects include the following. Barkley West in the Delineating municipality is provision of bowls, which is phase 2. Pampierstad in Pokwani municipality, asbestos and water reticulation, currently phase 5. Ograbis in K Garib municipality, upgrading of water purification plant. In Sansabani sub-region, it's Mountain View Reservoir. And Donkerhoek, upgrading of bulk water supply. It's also upgrading of water supply and distribution in Philipstown. Karkams in Kabisberg municipality is bulk water supply development, and also on Sepkans in this same area in terms of bulk storage. Chairperson, a total of 60 million has been allocated for roads and stormwater projects in the 5 districts. This is inclusive of projects relating to the upgrading of roads through graveling or paving and stormwater channeling. In respect to other important priorities, such as community facilities and solid waste management facilities, a breakdown of 18% of the budget is committed. An amount of 89 million is committed to cemeteries, community lighting, solid waste disposal site, and sport facility projects in all the districts. In terms of the MIC allocation, Chairperson, with regards to sanitation, a targeted breakdown of 20% of the budget is committed to sanitation projects across the province, including municipal location, current status of the projects, and envisaged completion timelines. An amount of 100 million is committed to sanitation projects in all the districts. The projects, amongst others, include the following main projects: Pokwani, it's bulk sewer, outfall lines, Tembelihle, upgrading of the water treatment plant, Kamakara, it's phase 4, 797 stands. Phase 2, rural dry sanitation, 914 households in a number of areas in Joe Moralong. Kreisweg dry construction of sewer reticulation, pump station, and rising to main treatment plant. Namakoi is Rocky Ridge is sewer reticulation, and Port Nolloth is water treatment works. And then also in terms of the challenges addressed, this detailed report, Chairperson, on the current status of sustained provision or reliable and quality water and sanitation across the province, districts, and local municipalities, including intervention to address such challenges, has been submitted. Current status of water and sanitation, the National Water and Sanitation Master Plan of 2018 speaks to water and sanitation services, and we are saying it's in a poor state. And Honorable Chairperson, in terms of access to water in the Northern Cape, currently stands at 97% of households. And we are also saying that we have achieved 43% being properly served water across all dimensions, 27% served but needed some improvement, 26% served but face significant challenges. The current water balance indicates non-revenue water. 5 of 26 of the municipalities has improved in terms of your green drop, and then 19 out of 26 of your WSA's labs to lower green drop scored compared to 2013. And then we also saying that we received 0 from the WSA in terms of a green drop rectification. And then in terms of the Northern Cape, 79% of households have access to improve sanitation facilities, and of these 28% properly served across all dimensions. 91% of the WTWs are in a poor or critical condition, and 9% in a good state. The underlying causes of this poor percentage include weaknesses in governance, asset management, billing, and poor revenue collection, operation maintenance, management, maintenance, and lack of recruitment of people with required qualification and experience. And the latest green and blue drop reports indicate that the situation has deteriorated since 2018. And then also there are about 10 completed projects, amongst others, the bulk water supply with a value of 565 million, and 5 projects which are under construction at a cost of 274 million. Department of Water and Sanitation has a total of 17 new water and sanitation infrastructure grant projects to the approximately value of 200 million, and 13 ongoing projects valued approximately to 230 million. These projects combined address, amongst others, the construction of water waste treatment plant, waterborne sewage systems, repairs and refurbishment, water supply, and emergency repairs to water supply plants. In respect to electricity provision, the department has partnered with Development Bank of South Africa in various programs that include revenue enhancements to assist municipalities with mechanisms that will improve the infrastructure and revenue collection. The program implementation is fairly new, and tangible outputs will be reported progressively. And then report to dysfunctional municipalities. Chairperson, we have 9 dysfunctional municipalities which are supported on each of the various key performance areas, and all of us know it very well. And the support ranges from and includes, amongst others, the recruitment of senior managers, governance compliance issues, prototype organograms, implementation of your FRP, audit action plans, procurement and water and storage pumps, the development of spatial development framework, development of valuation roles, development and implementation of local economic development strategy, and the trade and investment strategies. The province has reviewed the current status of Supply municipality, Chairperson, to be moved to a different category from dysfunctional to medium risk as some of the key performance areas, which led to the municipality being classified as dysfunctional, has shown some improvement. So we are from the view that we should move for Supply municipality. Chairperson, as I conclude, our chair is to strive towards functionally administrative municipality and to serve the people of the Northern Cape with earnest dedication and provide them with dignity. Maybe also just to reflect in terms of human settlements, the Honorable Chairperson, as a province, we are getting 285 million on HSDG and 84 million in terms of ISUPG. A total with the HSDG gives us 1,066 municipal engineering service that will be installed in the province, and 568 houses will be built. That gives you an indication, Honorable Chairperson, that the challenges that we encounter in terms of housing development. With that, Chairperson, let me take this opportunity to thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed to Honorable Janda. I'm told to speak on behalf of Salga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and good afternoon to the leadership, and the protocol is observed. Honorable Chair, it is a distinct honor to contribute to this second NCOP 3 phases planning session, members, by presenting a Salga perspective on local government fulfilling its developmental mandate, addressing challenges of municipal spending on infrastructure grants, and key interventions that are required to enable municipalities to deliver critical services to our communities. And when we do that, Honorable Chair, we always would like to preface that with a white paper on local government, as it was indicated earlier on by other speakers or contributors to this discussion. As we would know, that the white paper details 4 characteristics of developmental local government that we need as municipalities to focus on. And one, it deals with to maximize social development and economic growth through a clear vision for local economy and work in partnership with local business to maximize job creation and investment. The second one being integration and coordination by working closely with other spheres, a point which was emphasized by speakers in the morning session here, that of a collaboration, democratizing development through adoption of inclusive approaches to foster community participation and actively encouraging participation of marginalized groups, leading and learning by building relations between stakeholders to find local solutions for increased sustainability. And these characteristics are supplemented with legislation that has laid out a local government decentralized development role through the delivery of essential services as the sphere closest to the people. In assessing the role of SALGA towards developmental local government, Honorable Chair, a diagnostic analysis of local government was done to determine why SALGA's influence on the external environment is limited and why local government, after nearly 23 years of democratic local government, has not established developmental local government. And our assessment concludes that the core of problems is that local government is inadequately equipped to fulfill its development agenda. And in analyzing why local government does not achieve its development role, we have identified 4 root causes, which some of the issues I remember Honorable Dodovu making mention of that. And one is the poor political leadership capacity. And as Honorable MEC from Northwest was also saying, that also goes in with also weak administrative management. Ineffective utilization of financial resources, including poor financial administration, the inability to collect revenue as it was reflected even by the Department of Water Affairs, and insufficient allocation from the national fiscus. So these are some of the issues that I think we all agree that they are bedeviling a local government. The degenerating infrastructure and non-existence of poor service and non-existence or poor services provided to local communities. These 4 root causes, including the resultant effects, have been identified as the essence of local government's inability to discharge its developmental mandate, as we were dealing with this diagnostic report which we made. The fundamental in making municipalities developmental is an urgent need to sort out some of the lingering challenges arising from the current fiscal framework. And some of the issues must include the following: the unsustainable and increasing debt owed to municipalities. The latest statistics confirm that these currently stand at staggering 305 billion, with an amount of 256.7 billion being older than 90 days and may not realistically be collected by municipalities. This is in stark contrast with 86 billion. You can see if municipalities are owed about 305.8 billion. And in contrast, 86 billion is owed by municipalities to their creditors. So it tells that comparatively speaking, municipalities are owed in excess of 219 billion and more than it owes its creditors. And therefore, we call as an association to this three-sphere engagement that bold measures are needed to curb this situation and ensure that municipalities are able to collect and better manage their customers. As we were listening in the debate or the presentations that were made here, these debts are not doing any good to municipalities because municipalities at the same time are expected to deal with issues of maintenance. And at the same time, there are these debts which are owed, which make it very difficult for municipalities to be able to deal with the challenges they are faced with. The current fiscal framework, and we are saying as a call, if the decentralized unitary state is able in certain instances to utilize certain institutions in collecting, why is it that we can't utilize same measures at the local government level to assist municipalities to collect what is due to them, utilizing those institutions which are used and those systems which are used at both provincial and national level, so that we may not always be talking about these issues of the debt collection. So jointly, we work together to come up with solutions around this matter. The current fiscal framework, which allocates a measly 9% to local government sphere, needs urgent review. I think we have always been talking about this, and even this morning, the matter was highlighted. The quality of financial management in municipalities, as evidenced by the recently released AG municipal audit outcomes, reports are a cause for concern, and noting that there are pockets of excellence that must be celebrated. However, we propose that more efforts be directed towards ensuring not only accountability, but also improvement in the quality of spending. As most people were saying, it is really encouraging to see that we want to go towards the similar and the same direction. We agree with COCTA that specific focus should be directed towards spending on conditional grants, especially the MIG as it was indicated. Honorable Chair, without getting into details, but we want to just to emphasize this point that at times we are also acknowledging the fact that there is regression. For instance, if you compare the spending by December 2022, it was sitting at 37.6%, which is lower than the 46% reported for the same period in the previous financial year. So which tells that at times we seem to be improving, but at particular times we seem to be regressing. So therefore, we need to work together in addressing these matters. In a direct response to tackle these root causes in line with our mandate to play a leading supportive role in the wholesale transformation of local government to be developmentally orientated, we have identified high impact interventions to make strong contribution to the development of municipalities. And for the purpose of this session, we will just focus on some few issues around that matter. And we're saying it is our considered view as SALGA that in addressing infrastructure challenges, Honorable Chair, municipalities should be guided amongst others by the following principles: accessibility of the services, affordability of the services, and these go concurrently, the issue of accessibility and as well as the affordability. And this is why at times that you would find that municipalities are providing services, but when you check on what they derive from those services, you find that it is at times lower than what you would have expected because of this issue of affordability versus the access. Municipality can ensure affordability through setting tariffs, as it was indicated, determining appropriate service levels. But however, inadequate service levels may perpetuate stark spatial divisions between low, middle, or high income users, particularly in urban areas, and jeopardize the socio-economic objectives of the councils. Honorable Chairs, SALGA, we are advocating for and will be championing the following key interventions: the effective utilization of financial resources, what we will be doing in that regard. We want to deal with short-term initiatives, including capacity building on developing project pipelines, establishment of professional resource teams. We have agreed in our latest NEC meeting that we are going to have a team of professionals that we are going to assemble so that we go to municipalities, but at the same time to also tap into the resource of those who were once in the local government sector, be it they were councillors or at the management level, so that when dealing with issues of governance, issues of leadership, we are able to tap into that resource. So we are assembling those teams as the SALGA, and we have identified municipalities where we want to make interventions. The medium to long-term initiatives include advocating for reforms on the indicators of grant expenditure. We are also intending to see through the implementation of previous budget fora resolutions to consider extending the performance. We are also looking to measure, looking into measures to eliminate the leakages that we're talking about in the morning, the designs and deploy performance-oriented systems to direct financial allocations across municipalities, utilize capacity building grants for lesser resourced, poor, or more rural municipalities, a point which again was emphasized in the morning. So we want to assist those municipalities which are clearly unable to resource themselves. We want to target them. Incentivize consequence management. This will ensure that officials and councillors are held legally
As you conclude,
and personally responsible when they transgress. And again, this is what we produced even when we interacting with the Auditor General, that we are going to ensure that in terms of leadership and on training and capacitating leadership as well, get into that extent of dealing with the consequence management. As I conclude, Honorable Chair, we also agree that when it relates to infrastructure development and sustainability, municipalities must be supported to develop maintenance plans to promote sustainable access to municipal services. We as well propagate that there should be establishment of district level capacity linked to the DDM for the road infrastructure development and maintenance, utilizing this issue of the shared services again, so that you are able to tap as UDM for transport was saying in responding to the questions that were asked. why don't we utilize the best practices that we see? So we want to utilize this issue of the district municipalities on shared services, so that that kind of resource is shared amongst the municipalities. And on planning, again, want to ensure that various stakeholders are brought together so that we may plan together, prioritize road infrastructure construction and maintenance, as local economic growth depends on the road networks. So this is, this would be our contribution, Honorable Chair, to the conversation, and we cannot do this alone as SALGA, and this can also not be done alone by NCOP. We therefore equally call upon not only NCOP, national and province, but all other role players to execute, for us to be able to execute our respective obligations to capacitate and support local government in achieving its constitutional goals. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Chanda. Thank you very much. I just want to check if in the chamber here, there are representatives from KwaZulu-Natal. Yes. Do you want to make a comment from some comments?
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. Yes, as KZN, we've got a presentation, but the MEC was supposed to be on the virtual platform. She kept being disconnected, but we've got a detailed presentation that outlines what the NCOP had requested. Thank you.
So we'll submit that. We'll submit that to the team.
Yes, it has been submitted. Thank you.
Okay, submitted already. No, thank you very much. Okay. No, thank you very much, honorable members and colleagues. We will now have a summary and a way forward. But just to make a comment or two, that obviously we couldn't, exhaust all the issues in today's meeting. So these matters may have to be pursued outside of the meeting and ensure that as we plan for whatever engagement in future, such matters are taken into account. And the issues are many. Issues have been raised on the economy, on equitable share. Issues have been raised on the system of local government, and a question but was particularly raised in relation to whether the system of local government as we have it at the moment is appropriate. So this question of a review of local government is being raised once more in this meeting. Inspirational projects such as Operation Bulazonge have been noted, and the question of TDM and back to basics has also been raised. The question of reimagining urbanization and the development of new cities has also come up quite sharply. And then lastly, the question of debt to municipalities, the 290 billion rand that has been mentioned, has also been noted. So without any waste of time, I'll ask the Deputy Chair of the NCOP to make his closing remarks. Yeah, yes, okay. Yeah, it's okay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Once again, good afternoon to everyone present here. Now, Chairperson have mentioned a few of the issues that actually came up here that is quite crucial. And I'm sure there is other issues that we have throughout the discussion that we have heard about that we think that can be important for us to make sure. The objective of bringing all of us together here is really to identify the weaknesses, look into the strength, and in particularly to see what is the opportunities. Because we came to the conclusion that it's maybe because we are working in silos that people are generally not satisfied with our services, of our service delivery as a government. And we came to the conclusion that there are many more that can be done to make sure that we address this issue. I've listened carefully to one issue, and I think, Mr. Linkwe, you will know we've been speaking about these issues of what financing streams are available. What is the grants and the funding that we can use to make sure that local government is able to respond to the needs and the challenges that are existing. And I also think that this is giving us quite a structural platform of engagement in which we can really identify what is the issues from a local perspective, what is the issues from a provincial perspective, and what is the response from a national perspective. To all of you from the provinces to SALGA, I think you have now, you got the information, particularly on issues like Chairperson have also mentioned it. People want to kill us about the issues of potholes. And I don't know, no one is saying anything now that for the past 2 weeks, we've not been suffering so much from load shedding. No one is saying anything now at this moment. So we don't know. We are generally not knowing where we are going with the whole issue of the load shedding. But people are generally not happy. And they are not happy with the services that they are not getting at a local level. So for the provinces, it is clear that all MECs is up to date with what is the issues at the local sphere in their provinces. It is clear that from a national perspective, they are consistently trying to improve on how they assist to make sure that there is service delivery because I listened very carefully on how particularly the municipal infrastructure grant that used to be a unconditional, if there is such a word, there used to be an unconditional grant. Now, at least there is ring fencing of funds for certain issues that is identified as serious issues. So for us as the NCOP, we want to assist to make sure that the different spheres get together and make sure that we all have a common plan that will actually respond to the issues. And that is why we are encouraging both of all of the different spheres. We are encouraging the issue of the district development model, but it should be implemented in a correct way, Chairperson. It should be implemented in a correct way. And also, I mean, the issue of, I'm mentioning it now, but the issue of Hammanskraal has been coming on for a very long time. I mean, why do we allow any issue to become a crisis where we can address it and nip it in the bud? Yesterday, or the day before yesterday, it was the debate of COCTA. And many people came up with issues from Northwest. There is a problem, the Vaal River, there is a problem, and so on. From Gauteng, there is a problem. And I was just asking myself, if this has been a problem for such a long time, why don't we take all the resources that is available for that specific issue, put it together and address the issue at that moment? Chairperson, I'm actually now deviating from what I wanted to say, so I'm very sorry. Okay. I'm very sorry, but let me, before Chairperson will do his closing remarks, also express our appreciation to everyone that attended this, because I see this as a very high level engagement. So I want to express our appreciation but also particularly to the members of the NCOP. When I saw all of you on the platform, I took it you are not here, but thank you very much that you have at least went to all the trouble to be part of us, because it's very important. It will also assist you in your work and in your constituencies to make sure that you get the necessary responses where you are. Thank you to both the chairpersons, the House Chair and Chairperson. You are always available for whatever program we have. We appreciate you. We love you.
No, thank you very much. I'm told that lunch is served at the Parliament restaurant, and the lady at the back there, in case you don't know where the restaurant is, will lead you to the restaurant. Otherwise, at this point in time, thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned.